Give it up.
I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, June 4th, 2024. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
I will. Tim Hale, are you on the phone?
Here.
Stephanie Nowers, are you on the phone?
Here.
Dee McKee.
Here.
Rob Yent, are you on the phone?
Here.
Bill Gamble.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff.
Here.
Ron Bernier.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there anything the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Okay. Are there any changes to the agenda? I do have a proclamation for Juneteenth that I will be reading here in a few minutes. So that's the only change that I have. Hearing none, then the agenda is approved as with that one amendment. And
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I was on mute. Can I pull from the consent agenda?
sure.
I would like to pull RS 24-064.
Okay. Anybody else miss the opportunity? No? Okay. So with those two changes, then the agenda has been approved. You all stand, please, and Madam Clerk, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I'm going to come down now and present the proclamation. And then after I read the proclamation, if you want to say something about the this proclamation, whereas the Matsu Borough recognizes the importance of celebrating the cultural diversity and the rich history that continues and helps our strengthen our unity. Thank you. Unity in our community. Whereas June 19th, known as Juneteenth, is a day of historical significance. It marks the announcement in 1865 at the end of slavery in the United States. And whereas the celebration of Juneteenth provides an opportunity for the residents of the borough to reflect on our shared history and commitment to fostering a united society. Therefore, it is fitting and proper to acknowledge this date and honor the legacy of resilience, perseverance, and triumph over adversity throughout our history. I now therefore, Edna DeVries, Mayor of the Mat-Su Borough, do hereby proclaim June 19, 2024 as Juneteenth in the borough and encourage all residents to join in the celebration and recognition of this important day, participating in activities, and they're going to tell you about some activities that will be happening, that honor our history, our culture, our unity, and respect among all of our individuals. It's witnessed hereby where I set my hand and cause the seal of the Mat-Su Borough to be affixed on this 4th day of June 2024.
To the Assembly, Mayor, the beloved community, this holiday that we're to come up on June 19th, we're finding that there's a lot of misconception. And so our organization, the Martin Luther King Jr. Foundation, chose to take on this holiday 3 years ago. This is our 3rd year celebrating. This will be the first year that it's actually a legal holiday in the state of Alaska. And because of this misconception and some of the negative feedback that we've gotten on our advertisements, we felt that it's still necessary to address those issues and to use this as a teaching moment. So there's things that you will find on June 19th, for instance, in the proclamation, it talks about it to end slavery. That is the case as far as the documentation itself, but you will learn that historically that was not really the case, because there's still southern states that still had slaves, and there's still had slaves in Texas. And I think it's kind of comical, but as a serious note, that during when the troops went to Galveston to deliver the order to that town that had slaves, they did not release the slaves because it was during the harvest time. So they basically wanted to still use that free labor. And the sad part is that those that were freed did not have any means to recoup or to generate wealth or to generate income, so they did the sharecropping. And unfortunately, during the time of sharecropping, it was illegal for a slave to go to, or a former slave to go to the person that they're buying seeds from, buying clothes from, and challenge their records, because there was no records kept. So many of the black owners of land could not, they had no means to protect their generational wealth that they wanted to create. Unlike coming out here, I think it was 203 families that came to settle in this area. And at that time, they were given some kind of property, some kind of means. Even though the government didn't give them everything they needed to survive, they still survived. Unlike some of the slaves in the South, that never happened. So what we're approaching to do is to embrace the community on some of these misconceptions, because people assume certain things and it gets passed on. And so our idea is to continue to embrace history. It's not a black celebration at all. This is American culture. It's an American event. It's something that occurred on this continent in America. And so we still want to embrace everybody to be a part of it, and to police, in my words, when people don't know the truth, do tell them the truth. Because if you know the truth and you don't tell it, or you don't defend it, then you become part of the problem. And so we just want to make sure we embrace everybody in such a beautiful celebration, because we've come a long way. We still got a long ways to go. We thank you.
We're going to have an event at the Palmer Pavilion on June 19th from 12 to 7 p.m. It's free and open to the public. We will have a reenactment of the Emancipation Proclamation music, poetry readings. So everyone is welcome to be there and enjoy with us. Thank you.
All right, so I guess all three of us are going to say something. So I just want to encourage everybody that can come out to come out. It's not only an educational thing. We do need to give everybody the right information on this holiday, but it's a time to celebrate, come together to celebrate, and just have fun with how far we have come so far. We still have a ways to go, but please come out, tell your neighbors, threaten your grandkids, tell them to get out here. So June 19th.
One quick note. We're going to provide not only just live music, but we're also going to provide some free kombucha as well as root beer. So if you can't just come out just on a hot day for something to drink, something's wrong with somebody. Plus, we're going to have some food trucks and some free snacks for the children, so the children can feed up on all the food snacks and the parents can support the local vendors. Thank you.
Yeah, and last year you had horses. That,
Right,
are you gonna do that again?
Yes.
Okay.
In Galveston,
Explain
Texas,
that, yeah.
in Galveston, Texas, the general came and he brought 200, pretty much 200 troops with him to, and this is 2 years after President Lincoln had signed the Emancipation Proclamation. But Galveston, Texas had not received the information. And when they did receive it within the 2 years' time, they refused to do anything about it. So the government went down basically on horseback and the cavalry to assure that they got the message. And so what we're doing is kind of doing like a simulation recreation of that event. And what's that? And so I encourage you to go on Alaska News Source, and you can look at what we did last year. And if you just look at Juneteenth of 2003, and you look at the video, you'll see what we're talking about. So thank you. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you. All right.
Love you. Have a safe trip.
Thank you. Oh, one more thing. Sorry. As a representative of a Juneteenth for Alaska, I get a chance to go to D.C., watching D.C. and celebrate on a national level. And so it's a real good opportunity to see how it's done in other places, because all 50 states are going to be represented. And so we get to all kind of talk about the do's and the don't and what's really appropriate for Juneteenth. So thank you.
That's one of the reasons we had it tonight, so he could be here.
One more thing. No.
The next item on our agenda is the presentation of our budget public hearings on the 25th of April.
Minutes?
The minutes, yeah. The 25th of April, the 30th of April, the 2nd of May, and our regular meeting minutes on the 7th of May. Are there any corrections to the minutes being presented? Okay, hearing none, the minutes have been approved. Reports from the city. Don't see anybody from any of the three cities. No report from the school district. And let's see, Todd's not here either for a report from the state. And we have a report this evening from the Alaska Safe Riders. Who's gonna, okay, so come on up, and you have more people with you? So just press there you go.
My name is Deborah McGann, and I'm here representing Alaska Safe Riders. And we have a short video to share that kind of sums up what we're doing. I do want to thank the Assembly and for your support, and this is a really important project that the Alaska Safe Riders has taken on to inform the public and raise awareness about the importance of safety when riding any kind of an off-road motor vehicle. So can I
Welcome to the Alaska Safe Riders Mat-Su Borough Safety Campaign for 2024. A huge shout out to our amazing sponsors, Matanuska-Susitna Borough Assembly, Alaska State Troopers, and the Mat-Su Health Foundation. Meet the Alaska Safe Riders Board of Directors, Chris Olds, our President, Tyler Ackelstad, Vice President, and members Aaron Bartell, Peter Kaiser, Scott Davis, and Mike Buck, our Director. Our mission at Alaska Safe Riders is simple yet vital: to promote the safe riding of snow machines, all-terrain vehicles, and recreational off-road vehicles through educational programs to reduce unintentional deaths and injuries. Project goals: provide community safety messages in the borough on the safe operation of all-purpose off-road vehicles, including ATVs, side-by-sides, snowmobiles, and more. We presented 12 training sessions in the borough this past season and served over 3,000 individuals. We also reach a wide audience with our radio messages for summer ATV program and our winter trail reports. We reach over 150,000 people with our print, radio, and social media campaign. And we were able to distribute over $20,000 worth of safety equipment to kids here in our community. We must understand the risks involved and know how to minimize them. This is how we keep our community safe. This year, our safety campaign, Ride Safe Mat-Su, has been a resounding success. We've reached a large audience and delivered important safety messages, leading to a positive change in behavior. The campaign focused on 3 key areas. First, we emphasized the importance of wearing appropriate safety gear like helmets, protective clothing, and eyewear. Second, we promoted safety training courses that teach riders essential skills and knowledge. Third, we encouraged responsible riding practices, which include staying on designated trails and being aware of surroundings. The impact of our campaign is being noticed in the community. We have seen an increase in the number of riders wearing helmets and a decrease in the number of accidents. We've also received positive feedback from community members thanking us for our efforts to promote safety. Looking ahead, Mat-Su Borough remains dedicated to enhancing vehicle safety. Our future goals focus on expanding our reach and deepening our impact. We aim to reach even more residents with our safety messages and empower them to make safe choices. Community involvement is crucial to our success. We will continue to partner with local organizations, work with schools and community groups. Together, we can create a network of safety advocates. We will also leverage technology to enhance our efforts, using social media to share safety tips and information, and developing online resources to make safety education more accessible. We believe that technology can play a vital role in our mission. Stories of impact lives touched by safety initiatives. The true impact of our safety initiatives is best seen in the stories of our residents. One such story is that of a young snow machiner who, thanks to our helmet awareness campaign, was spared serious injury in a collision. His helmet absorbed the impact, preventing a potential tragedy. This incident underscores the life-saving potential of safety gear. We are also very proud of our Train the Trainer program. We have just finished an ATV and ROV instructor course that trained 14 brand new instructors here in Alaska for a total of 42 over the last 3 years. They share their knowledge with others. They emphasize the importance of safety. Their actions have created a ripple effect of positive change. This is just one of our efforts that your support allows us to accomplish. This effort will provide real-world impact. This safety effort is not just about statistics, but about protecting lives and families. The power of prevention safety gear and training. Safety gear and training are essential components of responsible vehicle operation. They provide a crucial layer of protection. They equip riders with the skills and knowledge to navigate challenging situations. Investing in these resources is an investment in one's well-being. Together, we can make Mat-Su Borough a shining example of safety consciousness. Let us continue to work together to protect our community and ensure that every adventure is a safe one.
Thank you. we appreciate your support, and we hope we can count on your continued support in the future. We have a lot of goals to get out into the schools and visit the kids. We think we need to get the kids when they're still in school, where they're a captive audience, and we can explain the impact that they're really having when they're just racing around out there, blowing dust, and it's dangerous. You see it all the time. We just had a serious injury recently. It's just something we have to stay on. So thank you guys very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, now we're on to committee reports, and I understand there was a joint Assembly School Board Committee on school issues. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be delivering the report. I guess two of our members that are on that committee are on the phone tonight. So we did have a meeting with two of the school board members yesterday over at the district office, and two of our assembly members. So wanted to use that as an opportunity to kind of brief the assembly and make it public about some of the discussion regarding potential fall ballot propositions related to schools and transportation. So we talked about a scenario where we start to work on getting charter schools out of leased facilities and into borough permanently owned structures. So we talked about a couple of schools and what that might look like financially, and how we might craft a proposition. We also talked about how that would be coupled with transportation improvements as well. One of those being a pretty large project to improve access to Shaw Elementary School along Wasilla-Fishhook. That would also be complementary to the construction of Birch Tree Charter at that location as well. There's already a challenge. That's already a project that's been on previous ballot propositions for transportation. It was repeated again on TIP 23, but as you may recall, last year's ballot proposition for roads was passed by voters by a nearly 2-to-1 margin. However, it did include a requirement for a match, a 50% match. We were hoping for that from the state legislature. That did not happen. So that package essentially is on hold until we can find a 50% match. So what we are looking at is a scaled-down version so that the Assembly can consider both of those things in tandem, since they both contribute to the area-wide debt service. And so that we have those numbers, we're putting those together. We had that conversation with a couple of the school board members and shared that with a couple of Assembly members. If that comes forward and is introduced, because I want to be clear, nothing's been introduced and crafted formally, that would likely come forward and be introduced at our meeting in July. So we'll be working on that over the next month, depending on if a sponsor steps up and what they want that to look like. So we'll be doing that. Expect possibly to see something in the July timeframe for public hearing in August. Our deadline for fall ballot propositions is August 30th. So that would give the Assembly a couple of meetings in August to kind of chew through it, talk projects, talk values, talk financing. And so just wanted to kind of bring that forward so that other Assembly members are aware of that conversation and what occurred yesterday. That was the mainstay. We also got a quick update. The district's been successful in securing FEMA funds for seismic upgrades. That'll be probably likely several million dollars that will go into our area schools for seismic improvements, and has the potential to lead to seismic structural improvements as well as a mitigation. In other words, FEMA does a lot of stuff on the backside of a disaster, but they also have programming where you can go in and actually mitigate a disaster before it happens. And so we're very interested in continuing to pursue funding opportunities for that. And the district and the borough are working in tandem on that. So there'll be activity on that probably this fall and into probably next summer when schools are out. There'll probably be some construction activity in some schools to make some of those improvements. So that was probably the mainstay of it. I'm happy to see if any of the other members have anything they want to add, but that's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Is there any questions from the Assembly, or the other committee members want to add anything to the report? Okay, you did a good job, sir, so go ahead. Now for the next item is, are there any public relations report? Yes, Assembly Person.
Madam Mayor,
Assemblyperson Hale, I had just recognized this. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Online, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to say, Assemblymember Nowers and I were lucky enough to attend the American Legion Auxiliary Girls State event yesterday. This is a program where they work on creating a more informed electorate. They teach these kids all about how government works from the local level all the way up to the national level. And I just wanted to say that from what I saw yesterday, the future is in good hands. So, thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyperson Fauna.
Yeah, I'd like to briefly bring up, some of you might have followed some of the news in regards to Denali National Park and flag issue that's been brought up, and it was regards to construction workers having flags, American flags on their vehicles, and drew a lot of noise, and it was construction workers where they're working on a 457-foot bridge in size, and it was sad to find out that, somebody on their private vehicles are being told to remove that. And regardless if it's was said by one of the staffers or by the director, that doesn't really matter. But I wanted to bring attention and say that, the complaint was that the flag is flapping, when I think that's almost disgraceful to say that. I think we should be very proud of our American flag. And the request was to appropriate way to, it was asked appropriate way to request for it to be detached from contractor's vehicle to limit wildlife and visitor impact. So I just think having it being a national park, what's the best way to display that it's a national park? By having an American flag. And I want to say that I stand firm with those people who want to displace those flags. They should have a full right now, and that nobody should be able to tell them. And I hope they address this so it doesn't happen in the future. But even though I was not born here in this country, I can say that I'm pretty proud to know that what this country has offered me, and I hope people that have lived here their whole life, they also value that freedom. That's all.
Thank you. Any other public relations reports? Okay. And next is manager's report. Sir, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a few updates. I'm going to invite George Hayes, the Deputy Borough Manager, up. If you'll recall, back at strategic planning, we had a brief conversation about some of the work that had been done in the past around law enforcement, and specifically drug and property crime. So Mr. Hayes is going to give you a quick update on some work that was done back in 2019. We do have a couple of members that were on the assembly at that time, so they'll probably remember this. George is going to zoom in and talk about a specific aspect of that instead of giving you an overview of the entire task force report, and then he's available for your questions.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members, staff, and residents. I'm George Hayes, the Deputy Borough Manager, and I was the Chairman of the Police Powers Task Force in 2019. As the Manager mentioned, I'm just going to give you a short update. The original was about 45 minutes or so, and I hope mine is going to be about 5 minutes. So, okay, the outline on here, I want to just kind of go over some background information that led up to the Police Powers Task Force, and then the top 2 priorities that the task force recommended to the Assembly. First of all, this was the purpose, and on the task force, we went back and forth with some different options, but one of the things that kept resonating essentially was that it must be physically reasonable and possible, and sometimes people got out there and it wasn't quite one of those possible, or it was an increase in about 3 mills, which nobody was going to approve. Next. Oh, I got to point it at Lonnie, she said.
I'll do it. Just tell me that. Look at me, George, and I'll forward it.
Okay. Okay, prior actions. The first one, we were getting several complaints from lots of folks about not enough police in the borough, counting the two city police forces and the state troopers. And so what we decided to do at that time was set up a series of 3 public meetings, just like we do for the budget. We did one here, one in Wasilla, and then another one up in Willow. And we came back with, essentially we were asking them, what are your top 3 crime problems that you think are the problems, and then what are your top 3 recommendations? You can see those on the slide, but essentially it was drugs, theft, and a term called recidivism. And for those of you who may not know, recidivism is when somebody gets sent to prison, they get out, and they come back out and commit crimes again and go right back in, get out, do the same thing over and over, and that's recidivism. And this bill, SB 91, was a bill that decreased the penalties on people who did things wrong and went to prison. And a lot of times, instead of going to prison, they were just let off on their own recognizance. And so people wanted to repeal that as one of the top 3 recommendations. Then they wanted more police. They wanted better response times, and they wanted more services, not only for just the police actions, but for people who were addicted to drugs, people who had mental health problems. These were, in a lot of ways, you all know, were tied directly to criminal activities. Okay. The second action we looked at was the manager approved sending out a public survey to a couple thousand folks. We got 602 responses back, and it was kind of as expected. Some highlights there, 96% of the population said crime is either very serious or somewhat serious. And one of the things that surprised at least some of us was that of those who responded, 41% had been victims of crimes. And I can say, including myself. So once we got to this point, then we said, okay, what do we do from there? And the Assembly decided to put it up to a vote of the people. Should we investigate, consider steps to develop a proposal to voters that adds police powers to our responsibilities? And the vote was 59.76% said yes. So that then led to the creation of the Police Powers Task Force. And this was a task force of 9 members. I was the chair of that, but I was not a voting member, kind of like the mayor, unless there was a tie. And we had a lot of lively conversations over a 10-month period. We had 19 meetings. A lot of that was concerning what do we do if we get these police forces in and the troopers just leave? Some of the ones wanted a guarantee from the troopers, from the state, that they wouldn't leave if we created our own police force. We weren't going to be able to get such a promise. We had a trooper who attended the meetings, but he was not authorized to speak essentially on behalf of the troopers and was not a voting member. And he said the troopers are mandated to send their troopers wherever they need them the most. So it wasn't going to be a guarantee. Okay, move over to what we ended up at the end of the 10-month period. Priority 1, and this was the most feasible, was a dedicated drug and property crimes police task force. We recommended 20, but it didn't have to be 20 officers. And this one would be a non-area wide. They would not have authority in the cities, but they would have outside the cities, and it would include the city of Houston, because at that time they did not have police on their force. They had police powers, but they did not have it, and they wanted to be included in that. Essentially, we would look at drug and property crimes, or this task force, or this, because we called that a task force as well. They would look at the drug and property crimes, But if they were needed by any of the other forces, they could be called for assistance. It wasn't completely exclusive. Funding source that we looked at on that, they wanted this to be a sales tax to pay for that rather than the property tax, or some combination of the two. The second option, we had 3 options, but we threw out number 3 because it was about $35 million, and we weren't going to be able to afford that. This one was a police service area, just like we have road service areas and fire service areas. We could, anywhere in the borough, create a police service area. And this one, we recommended 55 officers in the core area plus. And the trooper that was there said, well, if you create such a police service area, we will pull the troopers out of that police service area, but we will cover the outside of it. And this was one of the things I think that the task force was very worried about, that whatever we did, if we created a police force in the borough, that the troopers were probably going to adjust their numbers to wherever we weren't. Again, the funding source was sales tax is what they recommended. But there were lots of discussions about how this police force, either the PSA or the other drug and property crime movement, who they would report to. And we said, okay, primarily we wanted to be able to contract with either a combination of the Wasilla, Palmer police forces and the troopers, or just a single one. Like Wasilla at that time was very interested. They wanted to be able to be the contractor for the drug and property crimes ones. At that time, Palmer was not interested. The troopers said, no, we probably wouldn't get the money to us, and we couldn't really guarantee that, so it wasn't a good option on the troopers. And that, subject to your questions, is my quick report.
Any in the assembly have questions? Yes, Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
So that completed, but what's the next step, and what's next, I guess, the question.
I would turn that around to you and say, what's next? Because I briefed this same briefing to the assembly at the time, and then it was up to them. Did they want to then refer this to the vote of the people to create a task force, if you will, the 20-person task force? And they decided not to do that at the time. COVID was just kind of peeking in. It was December of 2019. And then I won't say reintroduced it, they rediscussed it in early 2020. And by then, COVID had really kicked off. And as I remember the discussion, they said, oh, let's kind of set this aside until after COVID and then bring this back and talk about it. And that's kind of where we are and where it's kind of up to you all.
Are there questions, comments from the assembly? Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess this is for the manager or for you, Mr. Hayes. So we can't really do a dedicated sales tax, is that correct? I mean, if the voters voted for a sales tax, you can't, in the state of Alaska, as I understand it, you cannot have a dedicated tax.
Mr. Attorney?
Microphone.
That's my understanding.
So through the mayor, I think that, I agree with the attorney, and that's what we've been told from Nick repeatedly, is you can't legally dedicate it, but you can set a tax in the sense of providing intent language, right? And then it goes into the larger, it provides another revenue stream to support additional operations.
Right.
So even though you cannot dedicate it, I think you can express intent if it were enacted.
Right. And we can't obligate a future assembly to follow those
Correct.
directions.
And to be clear, a sales tax requires voter approval.
Right, absolutely. Okay. And the big fear here is if we if we do put a police force together, or even a PSA, like the deputy manager stated, that the troopers would either move their resources or remove their resources from the valley, correct?
Yeah, so through the mayor, and George, you can weigh in if you want. We can't say that definitively, but I think it's reasonable to assume that the state's going to adjust its resources if we step in and provide similar resources.
Right. So I know, George, you and I talked about this before. One of the options is to, like we said, contract through Wasilla PD or Palmer PD and put together a police task force, if you will, of a certain amount of officers which would operate out of either Palmer PD or Wasilla PD, and they would just focus completely on property crimes, drug crimes, and they wouldn't get involved in any other police type business unless they just happen upon it while they're out doing this business. Isn't that what our discussion was?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Gamble, yes, except for the fact that they said if there was something critical that they needed help on, then they could be called either to the troopers' aid or to the city's aid, and that would still be on the table, but on a normal basis, they would be dedicated to just drug and property crimes.
Right. So to me, Mr. Manager, that seems like, and the rest of the assembly, that seems like probably the most logical course of action to pursue is to get that drug and property crime police task force together, start looking at something like that. And I guess there's been a change with the mayor at Wasilla, so we probably need to talk to Wasilla and Palmer again to see if they are still interested. I know Wasilla PD has the room for it in their new facilities, but I think that's probably the best course of action we need to do is go back and find out where the cities are with this whole thing and start looking at a police task force itself. That's just my opinion. Thank you.
Through the mayor to Assembly, I want to follow up on that if I can. One of the things that we did is we got a confirmation. First of all, the Palmer Chief of Police detailed the cost of everything, right down to body armor and weapons and vehicles, and we came up with what it cost for one policeman. And then they did that, they bounced that off of Wasilla, and then we also bounced that off of the state troopers until we came up with a price. And the price then was about 7.7 million, or just 7.2 million, and the price of a mill at that time was about 7.7 million. So it was a little less than 1 mil for this force of 20 officers. So just from perspective, that's about where we were then. If inflation and the costs of a policeman were about equal, it would be a little less than 1 mil now, probably. So just a perspective.
Madam Mayor?
That is with the expense of the vehicles and everything to outfit them?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Bernier. Yes, sir. That was the cost of everything except for housing. That was unhoused. So that would be housing them in the Wasilla or Palmer police departments, and we only took into consideration all of the equipment, the cost of wages and benefits and all of that combined, but not the housing.
And is there another way that we could contract with another group versus taking resources away from Wasilla, Palmer, the troopers? Could we, I don't know, retired SEALs or some Green Berets or?
Through the mayor, we could hire our own police department, but then we would have to house them as well. And that would be essentially this police service area, if you will. We would set up this police service area in whatever area you wanted, whether it was the core area or some other area. And we could hire our own. I think the comments from the task force was that we would still want them to be Alaska State certified officers.
Go ahead,
If I may, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so just to correct it, so I want to make sure it's on the record correctly. When we talk about contracting with the cities, we're not talking about taking away existing resources. We're talking about raising funds to contract with them to hire additional resources, and that those additional resources would serve this new service area. So there was never an expectation that we would pull resources away from the cities. It was how do we increase their resources, leverage the overhead that they've already developed, the training programs, the hiring and recruiting, all of those things that go with standing up a police department, so that we wouldn't then have to stand up and create that. And that would help to keep cost lower and leverage police forces that are already in existence.
I know, like with the troopers, they've got a 30% vacancy in their help. I'm not sure about Palmer or Wasilla, but I'm sure it's tough to get help anywhere. What's the option as far as any type of volunteer programs that we could work into this?
Through the mayor, I don't know the answer to that question. We can explore that, but what we were talking about was, legitimate police, APSC certified folks that can charge and are certified to do so in the state of Alaska. And when you talk about like drug theft and investigations, like that does require a certain type of training that's probably much different than like traffic enforcement. And so we thought, well, that would be the way to kind of expand those services in the borough in a way that's probably the most fiscally responsible, is to leverage what's already happening and expand the service area where they provide those services.
I know I've had stuff stolen from me in the past and had to go get it myself. And, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers online, you have a question, a comment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I remember those police task force meetings, and they were how amazing the talent was around the table, and how difficult the problem was to solve. And we had folks like Mike Carson come talk to us about addiction and intervening there to try to help the police out by diverting folks who really were having a mental crisis or others that could be solved. But what I don't remember, and I'm hoping maybe Mr. Hayes or the manager might be able to speak to it, is when you ramp up a task force, obviously there's cost to it, but then if you're arresting people, you need the prosecutors and the defense attorneys and the jails to deal with them. Otherwise, you're just you still have that problem of arresting folks and letting them go, and that's super frustrating. So I'm just trying to remember if there was any conversation in those figures about, if we'd have to have additional funding to deal with any arrests that were made and make sure people actually got prosecuted and did time, and we accomplished our goal. I just can't remember if that was part of it.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Nowers and candidate Nowers for her first meeting in the Police Powers Task Force, and then she attended two more later than that. But yes, we did, and we talked to Nick Sparopoulos, our attorney, as well. And the way that would work, if we were housed under the umbrella of either Palmer and or Wasilla, then we could use the Palmer intake facility. We could use the existing attorneys, prosecutors, and defense that are in place now, and we wouldn't have to create our own or build our own jail. We could use the existing people, the courthouse, and the Palmer intake.
Thanks, and what I guess what I assume we'd be using those facilities, but whether they would need additional personnel, if we were making arrests and sending people through the system, because I know right now, they triage at the public defender and at the prosecutor's office because they just can't handle all the load, and the cases take a long time to get to court, and then the jails, they're not necessarily sitting with a lot of extra capacity with people either, although I don't know where they sit. So that's where I was wondering if there. I just don't remember any discussion we had about the downstream effects of ramping up a police force and having arrests made, if we would need to think about, okay, well, we might need to ask the state for additional jail folks and prosecutor and, any other additional services.
Through the mayor, no ma'am, we did not get into that. At least Nick Spropoulos had advised us that it was possible to use them, but we did not go to them and see if it would require us maybe to fund an additional couple of resources over there with them.
Okay. Thank you.
And Assemblyperson Palmer?
Maybe a question for Manager Brown. I know when we had the meeting together, when there was troopers here, one of the hardest thing that they said the troopers have so many vacancies they can't fill in, so outsourcing it to troopers not an option because they don't even have it. So that's not even should be. However, I wanted to know on the because these positions they're established. There's vacancies that are not filled. So obviously there's money on the state level that already allocated to that. So has anybody approached or almost wondered if there was, let's say, 30 vacancies or whatever that is, that same fund could go to borough or so that we could hire, because then that almost like has the funds that is already there, those positions established, but utilize them where if we were to create it, then we utilize that same fund. So basically that we don't have to come up. Does that even make sense? Or was that never even brought up as an option?
Yeah, so through the mayor, no. I mean, if they were to do that, essentially you'd be transferring state funding to us to do that. And if they did that, they would no longer have vacancies to hire against. So I don't know how that would be possible. And I think it would be challenging for the state to want to give up statewide DPS money to a local borough. I'm just going to say it. I think what they'll tell us is you have the power to go do it yourself. Go forthwith. And so, because they wouldn't have the vacancies, I mean, if we were hiring and expending that fund, there wouldn't be funds for them to have vacancies to potentially hire against.
Correct, but my question is, if there's 30 vacancies and they say, well, we're eliminating those vacancies, but this is the funds to borough to fill in those vacancies. So I'm not saying about doubling up, but almost if there was a discussion on that would make sense, because then we'd have control about filling this position where they already have funds, so then they don't have to worry about staffing them. I'm almost thinking a little bit creative. If that's something, a discussion that we could have, and if that's something, then I could see totally, I think borough residents would be on board moving forward that way. So we almost manage with the funds that are already there.
Yeah, so through the mayor, I think what you're proposing essentially is then that's an appropriation question at the state level. So that, I think you would meet with a lot of opposition from other legislators outside of the valley that probably would not be supportive of that. I mean, theoretically, what you're explaining makes sense. It's just, it's a legislative appropriation because it's state money. So we wouldn't have any control over that. And it's not to say that we also wouldn't have staffing challenges. We have seen our local police departments also have staffing challenges, although what I've heard most recently is they're doing much better than the troopers are in terms of managing vacancies and keeping staffing levels at a pretty good spot. It's probably a little more challenging with troopers because they get stationed statewide, and some people would probably just prefer to live in one spot, and the local PD offers you that opportunity.
Yeah. Well, on the Wasilla level, I know for sure recently talking to their mayor and things that I think all their vacancy field or near field, or they have plenty of applicants, so they're well staffed, and so it makes sense to work with something like that. But I'm saying on the financial side of things, if it's a 7 million or whatever that amount is, if the state has it, I'll almost be interested to look in those. And I think local representative on the state level would probably support that as well, maybe on the opposite side, but I don't know how they do it to the other areas. But if that was on the table, I could see that being a very good solution, but I just want to say that. No.
Yeah, it would be interesting to, if the 30 vacancies are statewide, honey, or it is just the borough. Okay, I didn't know that for sure, but just as the manager has stated the last couple of times that we've talked to both cities, they are fully staffed, which, hadn't happened for a long, long time. Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. George, is the $7 million, is that for 1 year or is that for multiple years?
Through the mayor, that's for 1 year.
For 1 year.
The initial year would probably be 2 million more than that, just to get the vehicles and the other major equipment. But for each year thereafter, it was going to be about 7.2 million.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Manager, correct, if we were going to get money from the state, it'd be probably more in a grant type of scenario than them giving us actual operational money, right?
Go ahead.
Yeah, through the mayor, I would imagine.
Okay, thank you.
And also, just to clarify one thing, just keep in mind that $7.2 million figure was a 2019 estimate. We all know things cost a little bit differently today than we did, I guess, 5 years ago when that was first put together. So just keep that in mind as you float numbers. But what we were intending to do tonight is just provide information. If there's a desire to actually do something more than that, I am happy to meet with you individually and we can talk about how to restart the conversation. But to be clear for the record, staff are not taking any activity to restart this conversation. We are just following up on the questions that came out of that strategic planning session to provide information. And if the body wants us to do more, I'm happy to talk about how we might write a resolution or something to get that going so that the whole body is part of that conversation. So just to be clear for the record, because I don't want anything showing up in the press tomorrow that says Matsu's looking to form a police force. That is not what we're talking about.
If I can add one other comment as well, we used as a reference the 2005 Mayor's Blue Ribbon Task Force on Police Powers. Our findings were almost identical to theirs, and our actions afterwards were almost identical to theirs, which was we did nothing and they did nothing with theirs.
Further questions? Mr. Attorney, yeah, okay. Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
So if all of this was talked about before and they did nothing and we did nothing, this sounds like a rerun. What are we doing? Why are we doing it?
Through the mayor, this was just some questions that came up during the strategic planning and after, so we just wanted to give you all an update who may not have been on the assembly at the time, what happened with the task force and some of the details of it. And there were no recommendations from us, just we wanted to give you the information.
So there's no like urgency that says we gotta do this and, I mean, I guess if we bring our own bunch in and it costs us a bunch of money and the guys that are already paid by the state leave, where's the balance sheet there? How do in other words, it sounds to me like, let's pay for something that we're getting for free now. I mean, maybe I'm that simplistic, but tell me why it is
Yes,
or is
ma'am.
not.
Through the mayor, that would be a real guess, and we don't know for sure what they would do, so.
Did you have a comment? Any further comments? Well, something for everybody to chew on for a while, I guess. Thank you,
you.
George, for an excellent report. Yeah.
And then
Yes, sir.
2 quick updates. We did meet with, out at Jonesville Road, Jonesville Road. It is down Jonesville Road. But we met out at Jonesville Public Use Area last week with the commissioners from both the Department of Natural Resources and the Department of Fish and Game, and a number of staffers to talk about advancing improvements, amenities, et cetera, out at the public use area. Priority 1 is to develop a public gun range. We are making progress. We're not going as fast as we would hope to go. But we did not meet with any resistance in the conversations last week. Representative George Rauscher was there as well, as was your son, for that matter. So we had a great conversation. Things are moving in a good direction. I would say the key takeaway here is, the borough does have some project funding set aside for that purpose, but based on what things cost and what we want to do out there, we're going to have to find a way to plus up that money. So we're looking at grant opportunities and whatnot to multiply what we have in that project account. We're going to be doing that simultaneously while we're working through a management agreement with the Department of Natural Resources. And we will probably be bringing some legislative priorities forward this fall to lobby the legislature for some additional improvements. But what we wanted you to know and the community to know is this isn't dead. It hasn't fallen off our radar. We are still actively working it. Our land management staff will probably will go out and provide an update to the Sutton Community Council here in the very near future, share with them what we're doing, where we're going, why it's taking so long, frankly. But that is moving forward, so I just wanted to provide an assembly, a quick update on that, because it is an assembly priority, and I don't want you to think that we've backburnered it. That's not the case at all. We've been pretty actively working this now for way too long, and we've shared our frustration. But at this point, we really see that the best way forward is to find a way to take the $1 million we have set aside and make it a couple of million, ideally, to do the things that we need to do, at least in the early phases of starting to develop that public use area. And I think the state staff that we spoke to, I think the tone is different than it was 2 years ago. So I'm encouraged by that. So just wanted to give you a quick update there. And then lastly, went out to Squintna this weekend with Ada and Senator Shower, Rep. McCabe, Todd Smolden from the governor's office, and some others. They provided basically a community meeting setting in the Squintna area for those local residents. It was actually fairly well attended at the Squintna Roadhouse, so appreciate them hosting. And we just talked about the project. We talked about the road. We talked about mines. The mines, two of the mining operations provided geologists to talk about their exploration activities, what they're doing, where they are in their development. So it was a great opportunity to engage with local residents, lodge owners, people who live in that area, and allow them the opportunity to ask questions and really just learn more about where we are with the project and who's doing what. So that was very positive. It actually was one of the better public meetings I've ever sat in. The dialogue was great. Not everybody agreed, but it was very respectful, and it was very informative. People were listening. So just wanted to share that with the Assembly. That's all I have, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Any questions of the manager? Okay, yes, Assemblyperson Benir, go ahead.
Is this, this where I, okay, let me get my glasses on. Okay. I move to direct the borough manager to identify and investigate borough-owned properties that would be suitable for a public shooting range. Location of the property should be within District 7. After suitable properties are found, they will be brought forward to be classified as reserved use land specifically for the purpose of a shooting range. Thank you.
Okay, was that a motion? So we need to vote on that? Okay. Questions, discussion from the rest of the Assembly regarding the motion? Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment because this is really, over the weekend, we went out, took our grandkids out, and we're going to try to take them out to the shooting range up Maud Road. First of all, you get lost about in 1,000 potholes. The road is horrible. But once you get there, there were cheek-to-jowl people. I mean, there wasn't a way to squeeze in another shooter. And I don't know if somebody had a machine gun out there, but I'm telling you, it sounded like it. So we drove all the way back in, and that is the second time since we've been in the valley that we've gone looking for a place to shoot. And whatever few there are, you can't get to them, or when you, well, you can get to them, but they're so crowded, so absolutely, hooray for this.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, great job, Ron. I think that's an awesome idea.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that, please?
I apologize. I was just saying, great job, Ron. I think this is a wonderful idea.
Okay, good, thank you. Anything else?
Madam.
Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I know what Assemblymember McKee is talking about at Maud Road. Yeah, that's that could be a shooting range and a half, but it's such an improvement over what it used to be out there, because I used to go out there and they were shooting mature cottonwood trees in half and dumping washing machines out there and shooting them. So if you've been here long enough, you saw it before. So it's great to see what has come out of that area. But I guess I had a process question for the clerk, because I just didn't know. Can you just clarify? Usually we put like something like this as a resolution, and the public sees it ahead of time. And so I just want to make sure we're all copacetic on doing this. And can you explain how we do this? Because I haven't run into this particular type of motion before.
Go ahead, ma'am.
to Assemblymember Nowers, it is fine with a motion to give direction to the manager. I do believe it's going to have to come back with legislation in the future, so providing direction to the manager like this is perfectly in the process and legal.
Okay, I don't have any problem. We usually do it, we've done it in comments before, just not where it's happened in the meeting. So that's why I just wanted to check. Thank you.
Further comments by the Assembly on the motion? Any objection to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, then the legislation motion passes. Okay. Mr. Attorney, report, sir? Okay. Madam Clerk.
Clerk's report is in your red folder, and just a reminder, next Thursday, the attorney and I are giving an OMA Parley presentation for staff at 1:30 here in Assembly Chambers, and for boards and commissions at 6 p.m. next Thursday.
Okay. And for those of you that weren't here at our 4 o'clock meeting, we did our evaluation of the clerk, and we're proud to tell you she's doing an excellent job, and we retained her for another year at least. Next on our agenda is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence? Hearing none from the Assembly, then they are presented. Madam Clerk.
I am 24114, informing the Assembly of a grant amendment for time extension only to present to the Borough Manager for signature.
Are there any comments on the IM? Hearing none, it has been presented. Under persons to be heard, we do not have persons to be heard. The next item is public hearing. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 24056, an ordinance to retain the public purpose of a parcel located at 5256 South Shadow Tree Drive, which was acquired by the borough through tax foreclosure. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay. Staff report? Oh, yeah. Thank you.
To the Assembly through the Mayor, my name is Jill Ersick. I'm the Land Disposal and Foreclosure Specialist working in land management. This legislation that's before you today is to approve to retain for a public purpose a tax foreclosed property located at 5256 South Shadow Tree Drive. We were issued a clerk's deed on this property August of 2023. This property was flagged for retention because it contains the only constructed access to Crooked Lake. There is a long, sordid history with this access. It is in trespass on this property. It was not constructed in the legal access, so there has been issues between people who use the access and the property owner, former property owner. But now that the borough has been issued the clerk's deed for the property, it presents us with the opportunity to resolve the issues of the access.
Okay, questions of staff? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for ordinance 24-056. And we do have a sign-up sheet, so Troy Roder?
I'll pass.
Okay. Let's see, what is Dennis Wagner? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for letting me comment on the proposed ordinance 24056. My name is Dennis Wagner. My family and I have a non-road accessible cabin on Crooked Lake. We've been on Crooked Lake going on 20 years now. So the purpose of the ordinance is in alignment with the Crooked Lake Management Plan that was developed by the Matanuska-Susitna Borough and actually passed in 1995. The management plan actually identified this access as the preferred alternative under the management plan. The management plan identified this as the best opportunity for legal and physical access to Crooked Lake. And so this ordinance is completely in alignment with the recommendation from 1995. In the short term, my family has been on Crooked Lake. The access has uncovered under this proposed ordinance has not only provided recreational access to the lake, it's also provided access through for the EMTs for emergencies for non-road accessible properties on the lake. In addition to this, access is provided to other other borough emergency services, such as access to the lake for fire management. So the water is a very important source for possible fire management of lands. Over the years, the Crooked Lake community has accessed this property in conflict and also in coordination with previous owners of the property. And this has required state trooper assistance in some of these activities. So having proper rights and access to this property would resolve these issues. So for all these reasons, I would encourage the borough to accept and pass this proposed ordinance for the owners of Crooked Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Wright?
Madam Mayor, Assembly, and staff, my name is Steve Wright. I'm currently the president of a homeowners association on Crooked Lake, and we have a past president and past vice president, and the current vice president and myself are here representing well over 70 homeowners or folks who own property on the lake who have only have access to their recreational property through this particular piece of land. The information memorandum was very, very thorough, and I would just like to emphasize one of the, or maybe two of the sentences in there. And it says, the only developed access to Crooked Lake is located on this property. And then the lake access at the end of South Shadow Tree Drive is in trespass, as the right-of-way does not extend to the lake because it's relocated off to the side, and Matanuska Electric uses that for their transformer, so it cannot be used as a right-of-way access. Even folks who have road access to their cabins, many of them use this property to launch their boats. And we just hope that you will approve retaining this property for a public purpose so that the trespass issue can go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Warrior?
Manager Brown, Mayor DeVries, members of the Assembly. My name is Rob Donahue Boyer, and my family's either leased or owned the small island of Crooked Lake since shortly after the borough incorporated in the 60s. My wife Erin and I are the current family stewards of the island and have been heavily involved with the Crooked Lake Properties Owner Association. I'm here tonight to thank the borough administration for putting forth Ordinance 24056, hopefully provide some helpful history and encourage the Assembly to adopt the ordinance. As Steve pointed out, more than half of the lake owners don't have road access or property suited for launching a boat. Therefore, since the 60s, we have been parking our vehicles, loading and launching our boats from Launch Area 5, have built 3 different docks on that area, which includes some of the property in question tonight. Initially, you got to the landing through a different easement, as the current road access, Shadow Tree, didn't exist until the 80s. In 1995, the Borough Planning Department created the Crooked Lake Management Plan, and that plan recognized 7 different possible accesses to the lake. However, they were adamant that clearly identified that Site 5, the current landing, was the only true viable option. In 2008, a revitalized Lake Owner Association began conversations with the Borough Planning Administration regarding movement on that plan and the recommendation to purchase a portion of the then leased Chris Faust property. Nancy Cameron, then a MSB Land and Use Planning Officer, was extremely helpful over the years as she attempted numerous times to negotiate a purchase of the strip of land at the base of Chris's property by the borough. The owner ignored those queries. In October of 2021, our association found out that the gentleman had passed and met with borough administration. Nancy had retired by then, to find out what any new actions could be. They indicated the one option was to slice off the piece of the property used for parking and access and create an easement, or have the borough assume the entire property as a public use parcel. I'd like to thank the borough for proposing this ordinance. because that's where we are today, urging the Assembly to pass it that would allow lake property owners continued lake access using the launching and parking area they've used for over 6 decades. I urge you to approve the resolution and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Anyone else in the, that's our sign-up sheet, but anyone else is welcome to address the Assembly on this issue. During this time, we only take testimony on this ordinance. Anyone else want to come forth? Do we have anybody online, Caleb? We do not. One last chance. Anybody else? Okay. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and Deputy Mayor?
For Mr. Gamble.
Oh, because it's his area. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, I didn't mean to slight you, sir.
Thank
Sorry.
you. I move to adopt ordinance 24-056 and like to speak to it.
Go ahead and speak to it.
So as has been presented here tonight, there's a long history on this piece of property. And the previous owner, from what I understand, was unwilling to work with the borough or with his neighbors to give them access to the lake. And I think it is in the best public interest for this piece of property to be used by the borough to provide public access to many, many people that have lived around Crooked Lake for years. Thank you.
Further discussion? Assemblyperson McKee.
Madam Mayor?
So when we talk about public access, we're not talking what Bill is talking about, just basically for the good of the people around the lake, but for anybody like from Timbuktu to wherever has access to this. That's right? Everybody, anybody?
Public. Yeah,
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
anybody would have access to it, not just the people that live on
Okay,
Crooked
I
Lake.
was just kind of wondering, because the last part of it, I certainly agreed with it, but I also, for the people living there, but if I wanted to go out there, I would hope that applied to me, and obviously it does. Thanks.
Okay. And Assemblyperson Hale online, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that I think this is amazing, and I would support it 100%.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any further discussion by the Assemblyperson Fauna? Go ahead.
So, question, or maybe to staff. Now, how long does the previous owner has right to redeem this back? Because I know on the foreclosure side of things, up to the sale, people can go and pay their balances. Is that the case on this property as now? Well,
When the assembly votes, if they vote to approve this ordinance, that is when their repurchase rights cease.
it does eliminate that.
Correct.
Okay, because I was gonna say if that almost doesn't do the purpose, but if this accomplished this, then that's great. Looks like about 2.5 acre piece. There, it looks like based on satellite imagery, there's some, like a trash established stuff there. Is that currently the situation or no?
We went and visited, through the mayor to Assemblymember Fana. We went and visited it back in April. There was a lot of snow on the ground, but there were about 3 structures, some junk vehicles. There was a hot tub, weirdly enough, on the side of the driveway. So there is some junk and trash on that property. You can't see it from the road, but it will have to be addressed.
Okay, would that then put the responsibility on the borough to make this into pretty much a access parking? Or is that something that the members of that community of the lake would do that? Or that's gonna be something that we would need to pay for?
Again, through the mayor to Assemblymember Fanov, the lake access is already constructed. There's already parking there. It's about 12,000 square feet right next to the lake. So nothing will need to be done to accommodate people using the access.
Okay, well, the parking looks, based on here, it can only fit maybe a dozen vehicles, but if the possibility, if they were to expand it, the slot will definitely allow that. But just so the residents understand when we move forward with that later, if this is the kind of anybody can go, it's a public access, I can't be mad at the people that are coming from a different parts of the borough to enjoy this area, just so that does come with that. So it's not just restricted to that. With understanding of that, I fully will also support that. And I think it's a good, it looks like there's gonna be, it can be expanded to the park over there. It's a large enough area that a lot of good benefits can come that. So, yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Further discussion by the Assembly? Is there any objection? Oh, go ahead, sir.
So the previous owner cannot come back after us at all then?
Correct. Their
Because-
right to repurchase, excuse me, through the mayor to Assemblymember Bernier, their rights to repurchase extinguish if this legislation gets adopted.
Well, okay, because there was a property that had a very distressed property, 5 acres. I wanted to turn it into a park. And I was told by the borough attorney that wait until it goes to auction. If nobody bids on it, then we can do something. But if we take it as a park, then they can come back after us and say, hey, we got this much in equity, and, you know, even though they owed $19,000, they couldn't come up with 19 to save it. They had 180,000 in supposedly on what the borough appraised for the property and the buildings. And I'm just kind of curious because
Yeah, and I can't speak to what legal had told you regarding that property. I don't know anything about that.
Okay, well, I would assume that it would filter down the same way as on this, that the people could come back and say, hey, this property was worth so much, you know. Was it somebody that died, apparently? So
The former record owner is pursuing.
okay, so
deceased, yes.
somebody's gonna have or should have a will or something, right, an estate or, okay, I'm just asking.
Yeah, and I understand. Statute says that the assembly, by ordinance, can retain a property for a public purpose, and that the former record owner's rights to repurchase extinguish once that legislation gets approved. So if they came in right now, they could actually repurchase their property, but
Right.
once it's been acted on.
Well, I think what Nick was telling me is this, okay, we can take it, okay, and then they could actually come back and say, hey, that property was, you know, this is a 2.5 acre, I don't know what it's appraised for, but, you know, could be 100,000 maybe?
That's gonna have to be
And they're
something
gonna
that
say, hey,
legal will have
borough,
to
we
speak
want,
to.
I mean, that was,
Mr. Attorney, can you turn your mic on, please?
okay.
This is John Ashenbrenner. I mean, I concur that the prior record owner or their estate, once the borough assembly adopts this ordinance, assuming it does, their right of repurchase ends by dedication of a public purpose. I'm not sure I totally understood the question.
Well, the borough would still be liable for the amount that it was appraised for and would have to pay back the person who would end up with the estate. So this is what I was told.
Well, so there, I'm not exactly sure where Mr. Spiropoulos was going. There was some recent decisions out of the U.S. Supreme Court.
That's exactly what he was talking about,
Perhaps he
too.
was opining on those cases that there's the possibility of somebody
equity.
bringing a suit if they've lost a certain
We-
amount
we-
of equity, but
We have an additional staff person here, I think, that maybe has information. Go ahead, Shannon.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Bernier. Without knowing the exact piece of property you're talking about, it may depend on where it was at in the foreclosure process. This property
It
that we're
auctioned
talking,
off.
this property that we're talking about right now has gone through the clerk's deed to clerk's deed. Borough has ownership of this property. Therefore, just like when we auction it off, unless they pay before the auction, that property is ours. Now, this other piece of property, if it's still in the foreclosure process and has not got to the clerk's deed process, that may be what Nick was talking about. But once we do the notices and extinguishers
No, we
rights,
auctioned it off last October.
then there may have been something else going on with that property, because once we
Well, the
auction it
former
off,
owners end up buying it back after they
Through the auction.
repurchased it from the guy that bought it at the auction.
Can
for
we
twice what
go,
he
can we
paid
go
for
ahead
it.
and handle the ordinance that's in front of us, and you can
Okay.
talk to the staff at some future time?
Well, I'm just wanting to make sure that we're not liable for something. That's the only reason
Right, and I think we have the verification from staff and from the
Okay.
attorney.
And the only thing I'd note, John Ashenbrunner, is there's always the potential that somebody can bring a lawsuit against the borough. The state statute appears to protect the borough in the sense that the prior record owner's interests in the property end upon adoption of a motion to dedicate it to a public purpose. Whether or not they would be able to find some leg to stand on because of recent U.S. Supreme Court decisions, we'd have to look at the facts underlying that, whether or not there was a great deal of equity in the property that the person lost through the dedication. But at first glance, the statute appears to support where the borough is going with this, and it's one of those serendipity has allowed the borough to be in a position of dedicating foreclosed upon real property for a public purpose. We've seen it rarely when right-of-ways property is foreclosed that has a right-of-way near it. So I would just say, you know, it doesn't happen that often that the borough comes into a deed to real property like this situation where it can be dedicated for a public purpose. And I leave it in the Assembly's discretion whether to move forward with this particular one. I'll be glad to discuss this other case with you.
Well, I fully support doing this. I'm just,
Okay.
when I wanted to do something similar last fall, they kind of balked at it and said, hey, this is what could happen. Let's just auction it off, and if nobody bids on it, then we can take and put it,
Okay.
turn it into a park without paying all this extra money.
Yeah, well, as I said, I recommend that you go ahead and follow up when Nick comes back and be sure that. So any further discussion on ordinance 24-056? Any objection to the ordinance? Okay, hearing no objection, the legislation has passed.
Ordinance 24057, an ordinance extending the time limit for completion of expiring project funds for the assessment mobile application project through June 30th, 2025. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Staff, hello?
Through the mayor to the Assembly, Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. Before you is an ordinance to extend the project to June 30, 2025. The reason for this extension is with the change to the Tyler that we're doing, the upgrade in the computerized mass appraisal system, we need to complete this project under the new software. We are currently testing the mobile application, but we aren't going to get that testing done and get it all upgraded before we get the completion of the new software update. So that's why we need the extension.
Questions to staff? Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 24-057. Anyone is welcome. We do not have a sign-up sheet. No. Okay, anyone is welcome to address the assembly on ordinance 24-057. Do we have anybody online, Caleb? No? One last chance? Nope. I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 24-057.
Do you have discussion? Any discussion by assembly, questions? Any objection? Hearing no objection, the legislation passes. The next item is audience participation. Does anybody need or want a break before? You do? Okay. So why don't we come back at 20 minutes to 8, and then we'll jump into what? I'm going to go ahead and call the assembly back to order, please.
Caleb, do we have the three on the phone?
That's helpful. I hope to do a lot less talking now. We'll see.
So we are at the portion of our agenda for audience participation. We do have a sign-up sheet, so we will go there first. And Lee? Oh, there you are. Okay, I was waiting for you over there.
Yeah, Mike took over for me. Madam Mayor, Mr. Manager, members of the Assembly, hi, I'm Lee Hendrickson. I'm the the president of Big Cabbage Radio. Our mission is to build, inform, and celebrate community through local radio. We also have a mission to provide communication during emergencies. And back in November 2018, there was a major earthquake here in South Central. And we were on the air broadcasting information and news to help people make decisions to know how to be safe. And that was because of grants we received from the Mat-Su Health Foundation to support generators at our sites. And we were able to do this. And we continue to improve our ability to broadcast during emergencies thanks to the Mat-Su Health Foundation and other grantors. We're in the second year of a grant called Voices of the Mat-Su. We tell one story a month about some part of the community you might not know about. Knowing who's in our community and what they're doing helps strengthen our connections. This creates a healthier community. I appreciate the research and data that informs the grant-making decisions of the Mat-Su Health Foundation. And the Mat-Su Health Foundation funds a wide variety of programs that makes us healthier and safer. If you start looking at everything they fund, it's extraordinary. So here's another example from my recent experience of something they fund. Earlier this spring, I took part in a trial program by the Health Foundation and the Mat-Su Council on Aging to address loneliness that many senior citizens experience. It helped me to think about ways to act and be to increase my social engagement. And here's why it's important. And it's a quote from the Institute of Healthcare Policy and Innovation on Aging from the University of Michigan. Chronic loneliness and a lack of companionship can adversely affect mental, cognitive, and physical health, general well-being, and even longevity. The polls from this organization from 2018 to 2023 have consistently found that feeling isolated from others, feeling lack of companionship, and having infrequent social contact were strongly associated with poorer physical health and mental health among older adults. So that's just one of the things the Health Foundation is doing, is helping older citizens live healthy lives. So I urge you to vote against Resolution 24064. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Bill?
Thank you, Mayor, Manager, and this is 2 meetings in a row that I've spoken at, but it's going to be a long time before you see me up again, Mr. Manager. I wanted to speak just on the occasion of the remembrance of Senator Lyda Green, who will, it's hard to believe it was 6 months ago she passed away and at Central Peninsula Hospital surrounded by family. But she hasn't been in office for many years, but her impact on the Valley was pretty profound. I was very honored to serve with her. First, I worked for Senator Halford, and her office was right next to ours, so I got to work with her closely on Valley issues. I was much more of a listener and more muted then, and she later commented, "I liked you better when you didn't talk so much." And but that was and Senator Green and I it was a very respectful relationship. She and I agreed at 95% more of the time, and that other 5% I tried to suck it up and figure out where I was wrong. She was such an incredible mentor for me that took me on. I was a fairly lowly freshman, and she was chair of the Finance Committee. She did a lot of incredible acts of kindness. She insisted I be on the Kabata board. I'm not sure that was an act of kindness or a curse by the end, but I was plucked over people that had been in the legislature a decade before me, and she said, I want Billy to do it. And I was honored by that and served with her on that until she left office. Connect Public Use Area. I worked with Senator Huggins to pass that notable bill that was referenced. That was the model legislation that they took the same statutory language off of that for the Petersville use area that George Rauscher and Mike Schauer passed. And it would not have been successful. She did it totally without any fanfare. Afterwards, she pulled me aside. She goes, I had unsuccessfully tried to get some enforcement money in. She goes, I took care of that. We're going to make this thing work. And she didn't take an ounce of credit for it, but she wanted to make sure our project for the valley worked. She was, my family first met her. She came up as a teacher with her husband, and she was a teacher of my aunt, who is now a nearly 80-year-old teacher at East High School. And I think there was probably 4 years difference then. And she had a sharp memory. She had incredible recollections of teaching my aunt. She had distinguished public service. She was a private sector advocate. She was an education advocate, especially for people with disabilities. She was someone that worked on a lot of the problems and challenges of agriculture. You know, I could say a lot about her, but this weekend she'll be remembered at Jansen's funeral home on Saturday afternoon. I didn't want to pass without recognizing somebody who did so much for this valley, and she certainly made me a much more successful and better legislator just working with her. And I just regret that 5% of the time I couldn't figure out where I was wrong. So, thank you.
Thanks, Bill. Chris, did Chris go ahead and leave? Okay. Jackie?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm passing you out a handout so that you will know that, once again, I don't say anything that I cannot prove. The American Library Association is a nonprofit organization that is not here to be an altruistic part of the library. They're here to be a political activist group for the left. And I understand from the library board meeting that was held last Friday that the ALA has nothing to do with the policy of the Mat-Su Borough anymore, and thank you so much, it does not. I found it was signed May 5th. Thank you. I am humbled and extremely thrilled. However, I want you to know that every single library in the borough has a nonprofit attached to it that was selected and put there by the American Library Association. And if you turn the page, you will see they want a memorandum of understanding, and they want library nonprofits attached to them that have Friends of. The Friends of. The Friends of, and any of those entities attached to your 5 borough libraries are run by and directed by the American Library Association. Now, at the meeting on Friday, and this tags in directly with 24064, it was put forth by one of the older members, the members that is not conservative, one from the ALA, that they want the word may turned to shall. In other words, the mayor shall only pick library board members from the following people. And the following people happen to be ALA people. They're from the nonprofits. They're from the Friends of, and they're selected by the librarians. And that is what they're going, and it was, by the way, it was passed by a vote of 5-3, which is no surprise because there are 5 of them that are non-conservative and 3 of them that are. So what happened is you're going to get a proposal that they now want to select the board of the library board in Mat-Su Borough from the people they select, which is exactly the problem going on with the Mat-Su Health Foundation. When you only select people with a certain viewpoint and a certain agenda, you don't get a balanced board. You don't get anything that's fair, and things happen. And when you have 2 items and 2 sides, and they decide to meet in the middle, but then the other side keeps wanting to go further, the middle keeps moving. And the middle has moved so far to the left now that we are in serious, serious trouble. These books that are out there, which is what I've been speaking about constantly, and I will continue to, they're still out there. I have books that the two that are in the pipeline now for the new committee, they were brought forth at Willow on June 6th of 2023. That's when they were first brought forth. Just letting you know. So I'm perfect. Please pass. 24064. Thank you.
Okay, Sammy?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Mat-Su Health Foundation's governance. I'm Sammy Pokrifke, a volunteer board member at the Health Foundation and chair of the governance committee. One of the duties of the governance committee is to vet candidates for board service and recommend them to the full board. There are two parts to the board member election process. One is recruitment and the other is selection. I'll talk about recruitment first. Recruitment starts with mapping the current board members on a matrix to identify strengths as well as gaps that need to be filled now and into the future. The matrix includes qualities such as professional skills, life experience, education, etc. Many nonprofit organizations use a matrix when seeking to fill board seats. It's best practice and pretty easy to identify the strengths and gaps. What is more difficult is finding people to fill the gaps. Because Mat-Su Health Foundation was created to serve all Mat-Su residents, we want to make sure that all voices are at the table and heard, not just the voices of people we already know. That's why several years ago we expanded our method of recruitment. We put out a call for new board members through print newspaper, radio, online, social media, and word of mouth. Anyone can go to the website and fill out a short expression of interest form. We review these forms, and individuals who appear to meet the gaps that we have identified in that matrix are then asked to apply. Now I'll talk about selection. In 2023, we received 34 expressions of interest. Very impressive number. We invited 31 to submit a full application and received only 11 applications. After reviewing the applications and cross-referencing them with our matrix, we asked 8 people to be interviewed, 7 accepted the invitation, and we ended up seating 3 board members and inviting 2 people to serve on committees. Most of these folks were not acquaintances of existing board members, and it's safe to say we would not have found them were it not for the open invitation to apply. I've served on nonprofit boards, state boards, and national boards for over 30 years. I have never been on a board that recruits members more earnestly and thoughtfully. Our process is labor-intensive but extremely effective. Thanks again for hearing my testimony.
Sandra Loomis.
Hello, my name is Sandra Loomis. I'm Madam Mayor, Mr. Brown, rest of the Assembly. Thank you for your time and your service. I am a lifetime member, Mat-Su Health Foundation. Also served on the board of the Upper Susitna Health Center, Sunshine Community Health Center, a little nervous. I've also served on the Upper Susitna Food Pantry, as well as the Denali Arts Council, and I sat on the school board for a little while. In reading the resolution, it read to me a lot like something like if the Assembly would go to McDonald's and say, we think your burgers are priced too high, and we think that you should have, this is how you should select your board for Ronald McDonald House, the charity. And you, Ronald McDonald House, you should tell McDonald's how to price their burgers. I mean, how is this different? What's the authority and oversight, or the, really the what authority does the Assembly have to say how business runs? It seems like government being out of its lane. I bet you there's almost not one heart in this borough that hasn't been touched in a profound way by the work the Mat-Su Health Foundation does. And the problems we're talking about in wanting to address drug abuse and thievery is the kind of issues that the Mat-Su Health Foundation is getting at the root of things that can really solve those problems. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And let's see, Ryan? Roman? Roman, is that?
He said he'd pass.
Oh, pass, I'm sorry. Thank you. Gina McCollum?
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding Resolution 24064. The Mat-Su Health Foundation provides resources for care across the valley that would not be possible otherwise. In our area, we have behavioral health services, palliative care, health fairs, back-to-school wellness programs, and many more over the years that we, on our own, would not have the resources to provide as a rural health clinic up at Sunshine. Our valley needs resources outside of the main hospital to provide whole preventative care to our population so that a hospital stay is not always needed. While we all agree that the reduction of healthcare costs nationwide is very needed, reorganizing the structure of a successful partner in our valley will not offer the remedy suggested in this resolution. Resolution 24064 is not the solution. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Jonathan Zipper?
Good evening, Madam Mayor,
Mm-hmm.
Manager Brown, Assembly. My name is Jonathan Zeppa. I'm a borough resident. I have 2 children that currently go to Academy Charter. First, I want to thank the Assembly and the school district for working to find solutions for facilities for charter schools. I know in this day and age, money is in short supply, it seems like everywhere across the board, and I've been appraised of the fact that there's a great demand for charter schools in the valley, for other options than the traditional school program, where perhaps parents can tailor some of the educational desires of their children, other than kind of getting, not to say that traditional high schools, I graduated from a traditional high school, so you know, I understand it, but there was definitely some shortfalls. I want to say that Academy Charter has been working for years to develop a high school. It was approved in 2022, and now they're trying to fund a facility, a small facility, right-sized for the current, how can I put it, space available. I look forward to seeing, I appreciate the work that you're doing, Manager Brown, and I really look forward to seeing Academy Charter's school on the bond. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Joshua Gilmore?
Thank you. Joshua Gilmore. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to have a conversation very briefly with you, Madam Mayor, Assembly members. Thank you for your time and energy that goes into making sure that the borough runs well. Really appreciate that. I'm the CEO of Sunshine Community Health Center. We have a clinic out in Talkeetna as well as Willow, and when we look at the benefits that have come from the Mat-Su Health Foundation that reach out into areas that otherwise would not have opportunities for things like putting behavioral health counselors into schools and ensuring that we have expanded trail maintenance to get people out to exercise, and to look at funding palliative care initiatives to make sure that we are there to support end of life for our residents. The litany of things that are positive that do truly impact the cost of care, not necessarily from a pricing standpoint, but from a proactive standpoint that ensures that the local resources as a whole are able to be brought to bear and improve the lives of the residents in the Mat-Su borough is enormous. It is difficult to overstate how impactful that has been and continues to be. this is a resource that if we derail it, has a huge potential to negatively impact a lot of people's lives that otherwise would not be receiving equitable health care and equitable opportunity here in Alaska. So I would urge you strongly to not support the passage of this resolution. I feel that it is well-intentioned, but at the end of the day, it is not the right solution for a concern that is multifaceted and very challenging to control when we look at the cost of providing health care. And that's something that is near and dear to my own heart, trying to ensure we have affordable, high-quality care and access for everybody. So thank you so much for your time. I really urge you to vote no on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Rhonda Twig?
Hello, good evening. My name is Deronda Twig. Madam Chair, Manager Brown, and Assembly, thank you for your service to our communities and this opportunity to speak. I grew up in Talkeetna, Alaska, and I've lived the last 30 years in Trapper Creek. I went out to get my nursing degree, and I've come back to serve my communities, and I've been here a very long time. I've served the Valley as a whole as a home health and hospice nurse. I've served as a school nurse. I've served on the EMS. I've served in many areas as a volunteer, just going in people's homes as a community member to help them pass with their families. Growing up and living in the outskirts of the core of the Valley, I can tell you that the Mat-Su Health Foundation has been a tremendous, has had a positive, tremendous impact on our communities in the outer core. And without their support, we would not be able to provide those services that we so desperately need out there and cannot get. Travel, expenses, people who live without water, without access to food. We are helped by the Mat-Su Health Foundation to make these collaborations with a lot of entities within our communities, and without them it wouldn't be possible. So I ask you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tizzy?
Maybe Jesse, I can't
Or is
tell.
Jesse, maybe? Sorry. We'll find out.
I think it's Jesse.
Okay.
I think.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Jesse Lakin. I'm a disabled combat veteran, a Mat-Su resident, and the program lead for Alaska Warrior Partnership. Our program leverages existing resources and partnerships with nonprofits across the state, government and state agencies, and for-profits as well, to provide a comprehensive support to our veterans throughout the state. The mission is simple yet profound: to serve those who have served us. Our motto is even more simple: together we can do better. Through a network of existing programs and nonprofits scattered across this great state, we reach out to veterans where they're at, ensuring they receive the support they need. Our network works with anyone affected by service. The end goal is to build a strong supportive network for all veterans, identify and fill gaps in service, and ultimately end veteran suicide in our state. The Mat-Su Health Foundation has been instrumental in supporting our program here in the Valley. From partnering with us to provide much-needed classes like suicide first aid, assist, another suicide prevention course, to awarding us to cover the cost of a dedicated case coordinator just specifically for Mat-Su cases. In my role as the state lead, I often encounter gaps in our community. For instance, here in the Mat-Su, we were heartbroken to learn about 4 Mat-Su seniors who froze to death 2 winters ago. Because they had no one to help them, they had no camaraderie, they had no support. Madam Mayor, I think we spoke about this a couple times. In response to this, we created a task force of volunteers to provide camaraderie heating support, and access in and out of their homes during the cold winter months. When we approached the Mat-Su Health Foundation with this issue, they immediately jumped on board covering the associated costs. With their support, we were able to double the number of individuals we could assist and provided support throughout the winter, the long winter, for these seniors, senior veterans. This summer, we are trying to transform that task force into a formal nonprofit program and making connections to expand our reach to support even more seniors, not just veterans, in the Mat-Su. This is just one example of how the Mat-Su Health Foundation has supported us and in turn helped us support the Mat-Su residents. I wholeheartedly support the Mat-Su Health Foundation and their invaluable work. I ask the Assembly to partner with the Foundation and address this resolution at the policy level, and please vote no today. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Let's see, Mary Robinson?
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly members, staff, people listening at home. I'll get the big one out of the way first. My name is Mary Robinson, Mat-Su Borough resident, and I represent myself. I am speaking against Resolution 24-064. I am a lifetime member of the Mat-Su Health Foundation, and I am very troubled at this very thick report. I have to wonder how much of the borough resources went to putting this together. Let's see if I'm correct, this was sponsored by Assembly Member Yunt, and all I can see as I'm reading this is that it's pandering to his political aspirations. Whereas, if hospital costs at Mat-Su Regional Hospital continue to remain high, the Matanuska-Susitna Borough may need to encourage residents to travel to Anchorage for less expensive health care. This is quite a jump from when his initial campaign, he swore up and down that there would be no government overreach. This, ladies and gentlemen, is government overreach of the most egregious level. So, to move on to another subject, I vote that you vote no on Resolution 24-064. To remember a generation of community members and politicians that are passing, Lyda Green, recently Clark Buswell, City of Wasilla Council member, passed, and Vern Ripwright passed. Though I didn't always agree with them, but I was always able to sit down with them and talk with them. And sometimes we agreed and sometimes we didn't. Allowing expressions and opinions from a wide range of views might be uncomfortable, even offensive, but it is how people are exposed to new perspectives and see issues in a different light. Free speech is a cornerstone of democracy, and I will defend that with my dying breath, even though personally I find some of the speech abhorrent, particularly when groups of people are mocked, belittled, dehumanized, vilified, and treated as if they are subpar. When someone asks you to use their pronouns, use their pronouns. We address you as mayor, we address you as assembly members, we show you respect, we ask that you respect us in all manners. June is known as Pride Month. New York City, the Stonewall Uprising, riots, it's called by many things, June 28th, 1969. So, happy Pride Month. Fostering unity through the borough, great words, I hope that's true. An excellent article in the Alaska, Sunday, June 2nd, freedom without favor, equality without exception, speak truth to power. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Aaron Clements.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to speak. And I also wanted to speak to resolution number 24-064. I have actually been very impressed personally with the Matsu Health Foundation and the broad range of health services and health impacts they have. I'm not sure, I did read through this resolution, and I am not sure that the author may or may not have done their research on all of the areas that the Matsu Health Foundation does impact positively in our community. I am biased. I was a scholarship recipient. They helped fund some of my MBA in healthcare, and so that was huge for me personally. I don't think I know, and you can see it in their written materials that they have on their website, and I encourage you all to look at that. The economic impact that they have within our community, funding employment positions, helping people get back to work. Those are all really important things to us beyond just the health impact that I feel that they're having and that the data supports that they're having. Additionally, they already have membership. Any Matsu community member is able to be a member, and those members are invited throughout the year to provide feedback, to share their ideas. I do all the time. You know, sometimes they take my ideas, sometimes they don't. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but they're open to feedback, so they already have that. And I feel as though, you know, they are doing a really good job of intentionally trying to get as much feedback as they can. So I don't think that this resolution will do anything to help that. Yes, I agree, healthcare costs are a barrier, and there's evidence-based things to lower healthcare costs, you know, and this is not one of those evidence-based things that we can do to lower healthcare costs. As mentioned, I like to share ideas, and I will be sharing this idea with them here pretty soon, and that is, why don't they fund the copays for our Medicare recipients? Because that's a huge cost burden for many of our seniors. Those are the kinds of ideas that when I share with them, they are open to it. Sometimes it's a not right now, sometimes it's a, well, what's the evidence on that? And so they are looking into, and they're open to your ideas, to all community ideas. And I would say that this resolution is philosophically opposed to conservatism. It is government overreach. We don't like bureaucracy. This is creating more bureaucracy and adding layers to get decisions done. This would slow processes down. They are already abiding by the 501c3 IRS rules for board governments. If we implement this, we may end up having to say to all of our other nonprofits, hey, you need to have board members that are voted in by the community, which would, again, eliminate many of our board applicants because of that barrier. So, in closing, I really hope that folks will research the impact that they have. And I would also argue that Elizabeth Ripley, if you don't know her, you would probably not find someone who has had a greater impact in elevating the health and wellness of our community than any other community member that I know. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Kaiser?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly. I'm Kathy Kaiser. Did you know that there is absolutely zero research to support the assertion that books have a negative impact on young adult morality? As a matter of fact, research proves just the opposite. When teens read about physical and psychological abuse, forced prostitution, illicit drug use, and yes, even homosexuality, they become more empathetic, experience better family and peer relationships, and become more academically, socially, emotionally, and morally secure. I've sent over a dozen peer-reviewed scholarly research articles to you, our Assembly, over the past few months addressing this very topic. The members of the audience here tonight who would like for you to believe that their opinions are facts are simply uninformed. We all want the same thing, for our young adults to grow up with a set of morals and ethics that help them to make wise decisions as adults. In little over a month, the Library Citizens Advisory Committee will no doubt begin to recommend that you approve limitations on young adult access to books that they deem harmful. Books do not do the harming any more than guns do the killing. You must know this. Books merely tell the stories about what is truly going on in our world. You can't protect teens from the truth, and research shows that you shouldn't try to. For years, students in the middle and high schools across our country were urged to just say no to drugs and alcohol. But it's no secret that the drug abuse resistance education, the DARE program, which urged total abstinence, didn't work. I'm sure most, if not all of you, are against gun control for the same reason. What makes you think that limiting access to books is going to improve the morality of our young adults? Knowledge is power, and the facts are that when teens read books about suicidal ideation, their own suicidal tendencies decrease. When teens read about the horrors of drug abuse, their own instances of drug abuse decreases. And teens who read about the realities of the sex industry are more informed and less likely to be victims of sexual abuse. A few months ago, you approved the mayor's recommendation to add 3 new members to the library board. One of those members has yet to attend any meetings. Of the other 2, one is a self-proclaimed right-wing extremist Christian conservative. He introduced himself that way in a recorded library board meeting, with a deep desire to turn every meeting into a debate, causing our board meetings to devolve into nothing short of a circus. Oh yeah, and at last Friday's meeting, he stated that he doesn't even have a library card. That same person has been made chairperson of your new Library Citizens Advisory Committee. Seriously? Seriously. You should be calling it the Christian Nationalism Coalition. I can only shake my head in disbelief that our government is wasting away in favor of uninformed opinions of extremists. Where is the justice in that?
Thank you. Patty?
Hello there. My name is Patty Fisher, and I am here tonight to offer my strong support for the Matsu Health Foundation. The Valley is extremely fortunate to have such a wonderful organization located here. This leads me to the question, why is Mr. Yent trying to change the way they operate? And that is exactly what he's trying to do, change the way they operate. The borough has no power to address the way the foundation selects its board. A previous speaker gave you details on how their process works and why it is so important to have skilled members on the board. So that is why the operation of the board, that is why the foundation is so successful. Regarding healthcare cost, the borough has no power to get the foundation to change healthcare cost. As a fact, the healthcare system across the U.S. needs revamping, no doubt. Currently, costs are inflated, and then they are negotiated downward in a very twisted routine. A lot of this is predicated on large programs such as Medicare and Medicaid. But the borough has no power that could be used to address this issue. Given the 35% ownership of the foundation, it is not likely that they can effect a change either. The foundation puts millions into the Valley economy to support healthy families, strong organizations, healthy minds and bodies, food pantries, vocational scholarship. It supports those organizations dealing with issues of addiction, hunger, and homelessness, just to name a few of the areas of outreach. I work with a local community council, and we have been very fortunate to benefit from foundation grants. The community park, which we operate, would not exist as it does without the support of the Health Foundation. The park, which is operated free to the community, serves a rural area that has no comparable park within a 10-mile radius. As you know, there are hundreds of nonprofits in the Valley. So I ask, is it the intent of the borough to begin to get into the operation of other nonprofits, telling them who to serve or how to do it? I certainly hope not. Or is this just a bit of political spin with no power behind it? I urge you to fail this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Travis? It's on.
It's on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I can hear myself. Hello, I'm Travis. I live in Palmer. And last time I was here at a borough meeting, a lot of people came up to speak. They were from the Connect River Road. They were complaining about the helicopter noises going in and out of their neighborhood. And it gave me a lot of time to think about that. And I've had some radical ideas. To start off, I'm really into blimps and airships, and I think we'll be seeing them in the future, sooner than you might think. And I was thinking that there are companies that builds airships, and I think that people like to ride helicopters. The tourists like to ride helicopters, and I was thinking, why not use airships for tourist excursions? You could fit up a lot more people in there, and it might be less noisy. And with that, I've also thought of another idea: hot air balloons. Certain countries in Africa, like Tanzania and South Africa, they use hot air balloons in the safari, for tourist excursions. So I think it'd be something to look into. Look into that route with the airships and hot air balloons. Just a thought. Just want to mix things up for today. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Jennifer?
Good evening to all. I am Jennifer Peronis, and after sitting here listening, I actually wanted to add my request as well that you vote against Resolution 24-064 concerning the Matsu Health Foundation. That's not what I came here to talk about, but it is so important to our lives. I've been on various boards in District 7, and the Matsu Health Foundation is the cornerstone of supportive assistance for our child care, for public transportation in remote areas, whether it's to medical facilities or social gatherings, to help isolated seniors and others that have illnesses that make it hard for them to leave their home. Please vote against Resolution 24064 and let the Matsu Health Foundation continue their magic. But that's actually not why I came here. My main reason for being here tonight is that I would like to address my comment to Mr. Ronald Bernier. I'm in District 7, and I'm so saddened by the words spoken by Mr. Bernier. I will not quote them here tonight because they are just mean and attacking his own constituents, which doesn't sound to me like he's following his own motto of good Christian values. It saddens me greatly to see what our country and now our state of Alaska is becoming a nation divided. Whatever happened to the concept that our assembly members are elected to represent the diverse group of people that live here in this region? Mr. Bernier was elected in 2021 by a 60% majority. That means he is still representing 40% of District 7. Yes, that means those people may hold different personal values than he does. And yes, there are going to be differences of opinion. But no, one does not need to use one's position and public platform to divide and put down the other side. Shame on you. My 9-year-old has better manners than that. A true leader unites the people who have different opinions and finds common goals. Alaska is a state of live and let live, of do it yourself, and of the libertarian idea that less government meddling is the way to go. Bernier has not supported that. In fact, while on one hand, he firmly believes that Alaskans have the right to own any weapon of their choosing, he does not believe that these same Alaskans are able to read any book of their choosing, but that he or his appointee, who is in District 7, they have to decide this for us. I want my government to stand up for my right to own any gun I choose And I want my government to stand up for my right to read any book I choose. Thank you.
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Stephanie? Oh.
Good evening. Excuse me. My name is Stephanie Allen. First, I want to recognize the career and service and passing of Carol Reese, and our hearts go out to all the staff of the borough. I know that's a great loss to everybody. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition to Resolution 24-064. The first point I'd like to make is, and it's been said earlier tonight too, is that there's some concerning language about the assembly and the borough's role in managing other organizations and getting involved in the business of other organizations. I think we can all think of a lot of 501c3 membership organizations, the sports organizations, the political organizations, the senior centers, there's community organizations. So just to think about those, I'm sure you have some that are really near and dear to your heart. It's not our right to dictate their policies, their bylaws, and their way of governance. So each business has its own right to their own governance model and to create their own policies and procedures. And every business has their own autonomy to operate. So this is a slippery slope if we get into this. And as others have said before, then, you know, where does it end between the assembly and the borough to get involved into matters of all the businesses? I know in the past, the assembly has been pro-business and pro the independent version of business, and that business owners get to create the vision that they have for their own organizations. The next thing I'd like to talk about is the issue around healthcare costs and access to healthcare. I think we can agree that healthcare costs are extraordinarily high. Quickly, I had a sinus surgery last year. I went in for just a follow-up checkup, and just the light scope was billed at $2,400. So it's crazy to think about. It's not just within the hospital itself, it's within the whole system. And so I think we could definitely recognize that. I think it's not anything that's new to anybody. So what can we do about it? You know, some of the things that if the borough is really interested and really wants to make a difference in access to affordable healthcare, reducing healthcare costs, it's looking at the system itself, looking at also ways of prevention and health promotion so that we can be healthier and have a greater sense of well-being so that we don't go to the hospital as much or have to go see a provider as much for healthcare concerns. Some of the things that the borough can work on specifically around healthcare costs or access to healthcare is working with local and statewide partners on policy changes. Subsidizing transportation. Transportation has been one of the biggest barriers to accessing preventative care, mental health, dental health, physical health, and behavioral health for decades. Examining health powers and looking at bringing in additional resources to address gaps and barriers. So I spoke too long and didn't get through all my notes, but thank you for your consideration of my thoughts, and I ask for your opposition to Resolution 24-064.
Thank you. So that takes care of the people that signed up. Now, is there others? Yes, yeah, come on.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mike Malevsky is my name, and I believe I'm accurate in saying this, but the mayor and I are of a similar age. And I say that only to remind that sometimes it's worthwhile looking at the history of things. So back in the day, I served on the last Valley Hospital Board of Directors. I also served for a brief time on one of the boards associated with the new hospital and retained connections through their ethics committee, et cetera. The reason why I mention that is because you'd have to go back to that time and understand what was happening with Valley Hospital. I had been part of an effort to fundraise and renovate the hospital. It was successful, but that was not sufficient to keep the hospital operation going. I also want to draw attention, people have spoken already to the Health Foundation and all the good that it does. I agree with that. But you have to also understand, if you look at the structure of what was formed, that's a very unique, yes, there are a couple places similar, but this is a very unique structure that was particularly desired by the outgoing Valley Hospital Board and supporters, that this wasn't just turning over the hospital role to a private situation where the money would flow out of the state of Alaska. Now, you can talk about the details of this, but the reality, if you look at hospitals in other locations, you go to Anchorage, private hospitals, they may be nonprofit, but the monies that are earned very often in those hospitals do not remain in Alaska. They serve a corporate purpose, because very often this hospital that you would be visiting in other places is part of a chain. So I wanted to just remind people about that, because there is history, and I personally, having watched it now over decades, believe that decision and that structure has proven incredibly valuable here in the Valley. Lastly, I would say the resolution that is before you, I think should be voted down. But I also appreciate the Assemblyman bringing it forward just so people could take a moment and reflect upon what the Health Foundation means, how it operates, and draw all of the fine people that have spoken to you today out. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to address?
Good evening, Mayor Edna, Assembly, and staff. I'm Mary Ravetta, and I'm here to represent myself. I am for the RS 24064. I attended the meeting. I've been a member 1 year now, and I attended that last meeting, and we were voting, and they voted for the yes vote, and there was a count for everyone, and then there was a vote for a no, and it went really quick like that. So we weren't really counted. So that was my first point. I understand 35% of the medical bill goes to the Matsu Foundation. That's why it's expensive. And I do understand that people have gone to the hospital. It's super expensive, and they'd rather go to town at Anchorage than go here, which we don't want that, I would think. Another thing, my husband worked for a nonprofit building houses in Anchorage several years ago, and he was astounded at how economical they weren't, and how they put a lot of money into the building and their offices and their trips that were lavish trips. So it seems like a lot of money is wasted in what he saw and what I've seen in nonprofits. It's not, it's very frustrating that it's not very, he was very frustrated that it wasn't very frugal or very responsible with the money that they got. I also had a community group that is called Tainaina, and we asked for money for the foundation twice, and we were turned down for it. So yes, they do a lot of good things, but the point is that they are not fair is the major point. So I'd like to ask you to support this RS 24064. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly. My name is Jeannie Troshinsky, and we live in a remarkably diverse community. Matsu Borough was formed as a Class 2 borough to provide education. That is the mission of the borough, ultimately. In order to provide health care, we would need to adopt health powers. Just like you heard about the police powers tonight, this would not come free to the borough. And no, you're not going to just get money from the state to do their job. They're going to stop funding you. You're taking on the powers. You're going to pay for those powers. So this resolution 24064 is not only ridiculous, it's out of order, and it's very disrespectful to the Matsu Health Foundation and all they do for our community. Jesus said, I bring a new commandment, to love your neighbor as yourself. He didn't say if your neighbor looks like you or acts like you or likes the things you like. And we are having a huge problem in this community with people that want everybody to be exactly the same and a part of a few churches. This group that wants to take away our books keeps undermining things like they're criticizing baby lap sit. It is so disgusting that they are insinuating that this means lap dancing. There are 3 levels of story time. Baby lap sit means your baby cannot hold themselves up yet, so they sit on your lap while they're read a story. We have toddler story time and then preschool story time. And the Wasilla Library, we have between 45 and 90 people 3 days a week at the 3 levels of story time. I don't know why this group has to turn everything into something sexual and disgusting. I don't know, is that what happens when you write romance novels for a living? You have to think of everything disgustingly? But it is so disappointing, so disappointing. I'm wondering how the LCAC will work. How will challenges be submitted? Where do we find this information? Who's going to pay for the books and other committee expenses? I suggest that you watch the documentary Bad Faith, B-A-D, Faith. It's on Amazon. It'll be worth your 99 cents to find out why these groups are attacking libraries. In Germany in 1933, they started burning books. That's where we're at. We're at the start of it. We're burning the books to take away some people's rights. Please stop allowing this mockery of our community, of Jesus, and this government body. It's embarrassing, it's disappointing, and the Matsu Borough is way better than this. I have some papers for you that I hope you would just take and read and really consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that hasn't testified that would like to? Can be on any subject when you address the assembly under audience participation. Okay, do we have anybody? Oh, we do have people online, okay. The first person online, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, Assembly. My name is Kathy Trump, and I'm from District 7. I've had the opportunity to attend a couple of borough assembly meetings lately, and I was shocked to find out that our local librarians are grooming children. So I decided to go down to my local library and see this in action. I expected to see librarians and children in the shadows and in hidden cubbies. But imagine my surprise when I found the librarian surrounded by kids sitting out on the lawn with magnifying glasses, inspecting bugs. They are apparently grooming kids to be curious and maybe even scientists. Next, they all had lunch. I was pretty mad my taxpayer money was feeding kids, but no, this was a joint program with our local food pantry. After lunch, they also provided each kid with a backpack filled with food for the week. Many kids in our area are food insecure, so this is a way to make sure they have food when they aren't in school. The librarian then read a story. Here it comes, I thought. I'm sure it's going to be about lesbians or 2 dads or something that will turn kids gay. But no, the story was about a dog. Each day I went back to the library to look for grooming, which I've heard so much about. But instead I found programs like Music and Motion, where local musicians sang songs with kids, or a program where older women lifted weights to get stronger. I saw computer classes, a gardening club, and pop-up Wednesdays focusing on STEM activities with kids. People who think librarians are grooming kids should spend some time at their local libraries to see how many thoughtful community activities happen each day. They can disagree with the Challenge Material Committee's decision, but they don't need to malign librarians. I have two additional issues I'd like to discuss. Number one, I'm completely against Mr. Bernier's decision to ignore the 13 candidates from District 7, the most from any district, by the way, for the Library Citizens Advisory Committee, and instead choose a person from District 5. He claimed to know all 13 of us and our agendas, but he doesn't. Finally, I support the Matsu Health Foundation. It's backed so many amazing programs in my community, such as feeding hungry people through the food pantry or helping Sunshine Health Clinic heal sick people. It also supports our local community foundation, which gives money to worthy nonprofits in our area. All of this work by the Matsu Health Foundation makes our community a special place to live. Why is the Borough Assembly considering a resolution that questions how they choose their board members? It's not the Assembly's role, and I urge you to vote against the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Good evening, Mayor DeRue, Assembly members. My name is Elizabeth Hickley, and I serve as President and CEO of the Matsu Health Foundation. The Matsu Health Foundation is a private organization with a private membership. Despite lots of advertising, most Matsu-Borough residents aren't interested in joining. Mayor DeVries, you have been a member a long time. Assemblywoman Narrows, you have too. The rest of you are not members. Even Assemblyman Yunt is not currently a member. Membership associations and organizations are declining nationwide. Americans are less inclined to be members of things, from churches to nonprofits like the Health Foundation. The Matsu Borough Resolution, serial number 24-064, comes from a borough with no health towers and is trying to influence a private organization with a private membership to bend to its political interests. This resolution was authored by someone who is not and has never been a member of the Matsu Health Foundation. The truth is that under either model, under a self-appointing board or under a member-elected board, you could have an agenda-oriented board, a board that makes decisions based on politics instead of community need, and a board that monopolizes the assets to further their agenda. The only time that has happened in our case is when the membership elected the board of Valley Hospital Association back in the late 1980s and 90s. The membership's political agenda to pass an anti-abortion policy hurt our hospital and weakened its governance. Our hospital was about saving lives and healing the sick. It had no political agenda, but the member-elected board did. Our hospital was a complex set of service lines serving the fastest-growing borough in a highly regulated industry. The administrative team was constantly redirecting board members to focus on the real mission and operations. Our self-appointed board is keenly aware of this history and holds itself and the staff accountable to the data and the research, which is filled with community input in a myriad of forms. Community input and data drive our decision-making, and that's why we've been successful in moving the needle. According to the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation County Health Rankings, over the last 15 years, the Matsu population has become healthier, which is our goal. That's our true north, a measurably healthier Matsu population. And we're realizing that through numerous community partnerships with health and human service nonprofits that you heard from tonight, local businesses, and local governments, including the Matsu Borough. The borough attorney can verify that in no way does our business model levy a tax or have the ability to levy a tax. The more worrisome measure is what this action signals to any local business here, that if the Assembly doesn't like what a company is doing with its profits, that you will step in and tell them what to do. The Matsu Health Foundation is a private organization with a private membership. Please recognize that resolution number 24-064 is an attempt to politicize our private membership and private organization, managing extensive assets and delivering huge economic and health returns to Matsu residents. Please vote against this resolution.
Okay, next person online, please.
Good evening. My name is LeBron McPhail. Sorry. My name is LeBron McPhail, and I'm serving my last year on the board at this time here. I've also served in many other positions as well. My previous job was working with the Matsu School District, both as a teacher, principal, and in administration. My lifelong job mostly has been volunteering. I've served in all types of schools and has been a commissioner for the state of Alaska and the 4 governors, and also Alaska Family Services as well. You've heard tonight about some of the celebrations of the Matsu Health Foundation. This organization operates under a model intended to keep profits that would have been going out of state or local. So that stays here. The Matsu Foundation is a 501c3, helps manage the local hospitals and direct a portion of its hospital revenue back into the community. Hospital profits support local organizations and programs addressing the hospital-related needs that are important to the community members across Matsu. They also go into education and vocational scholarship so that our youth and adults can obtain a living wage and caring for our community as well. Many hospitals siphon millions of dollars in profit for rural communities that go back into their shareholders. Instead, as a result of our model, we fund affordable housing, senior citizens, recreational trails, youth programs, mental health, substance abuse, food pantries, just to name a few. The foundation has been the envy across Alaska. Our CEO has talked to many elected officials, along with going and presenting to Sitka, Homer, and Susitna as well. When we started this hospital investment in the mid-2000 people at the statewide convention on health and wellness with despair and mark Matsu. Now we are a model within our state of what we do. These 2 striving organizations are the cornerstone of the Matsu economic development. Over the last 5 years, we were responsible managing finances in order to pay $20 million in capital costs to ensure this tremendous community. In closing, I'm proud to be a part of our organization that cares so deeply about the health of our community. Please vote no on Resolution 24064. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person online, please.
Hi, my name is Jody Rodwell, and I'm calling, I'm the Executive Director of Denali Education Center, and I'm also wanting to speak against the ordinance 24064 with the Matsu Health Foundation. And our organization's mission is to connect people to Denali through informative and inspiring programs. And we do it in a variety of methods for programs with adults and children. And we have a lovely campus in Talkeetna. And we're new to the community. When COVID hit, we acquired our campus in the area and immediately saw a need in the community for, it was at the height of the pandemic, and needed COVID testing in our community for our local residents. And the Matsu Health Foundation really stepped in to help get something set. And it was really outside of our mission as an organization, but community is one of our values, our core values as an organization. And it really was inspiring to see, if we didn't have that support, we would have tried to do something, but it wouldn't have been as successful. We ran a COVID testing center at our building in downtown Talkeetna for over a year. And just through that experience, got to learn so much about our community and the people and the organizations that make up this great Upper Valley area that we live in. So the Matsu Health Foundation just really funds every organization I can think of in our local community, and has also helped us get some camperships for kids to attend our summer youth camp. We have a week-long camp that we offer in July for grades 1 through 8, and it's just inspiring. And their support of our communities is really invaluable. And I just really love for the assembly to hear all these people speaking about, how the Matsu Health Foundation touches our areas, our nonprofits, and the constituents that you serve. So thank you for your time.
Mm-hmm. Next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Ruth Wood, and I oppose Resolution 24064, and I ask that you defeat it. I think it is inappropriate for the Matsu Borough to try to tell the Matsu Health Foundation how to do business. Furthermore, the Matsu Health Foundation is doing a fantastic job doing what a foundation does. They have a competent board. Everything is working just fine. It doesn't need fixing. Our community benefits greatly from the Matsu Health Foundation grant. They fund a broad range of nonprofits, from the Upper Susitna Food Pantry to the Sunshine Community Health Center Clinic. The clinic is not a for-profit organization, and the clinic has sliding scales to help people who have trouble paying their fees. They could not do that without the support of the Matsu Health Foundation. The Matsu Regional Hospital is owned by Community Health Systems, a large for-profit company, a Fortune 500 company in Franklin, Tennessee. It is ludicrous to suggest that the Matsu Health Foundation can tell Community Health Systems how to price Matsu Regional's hospital services. I would like to suggest that you remove this resolution and offer a substitute resolution thanking the Matsu Health Foundation for all the good work it has and continues to fund and do in the Matsu Borough. Finally, I want to switch topics just for a minute. I was one of the District 7 applicants for the Challenge Book Committee. Mr. Bernier spoke to KTNA News after the seats were filled, specifically after the District 7 seat was filled by someone who doesn't live in our district. Bernier stated that all the District 7 applicants have their own agendas. Well, I do have an agenda. My agenda is to make my community the best it can be. And I've been serving, unpaid I might add, on nonprofit and borough boards for over 25 years. Community councils, he then went on to say that community councils want to be coddled, and he gets his feedback from residents by visiting churches. If that's true, he should publish his calendar and tell us which church he will attend when. So I'm just really upset with the things I'm seeing here at the borough. And I'm seeing members of this borough do things that within their realm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. The next person online.
Good evening. My name is Esther Pitts, and I serve as the Chief Community Impact Officer for the Mat-Su Health Foundation. I want to first thank Madam Mayor, the Assembly members, and especially those that have taken time out of what I've heard is a beautiful day in the Valley to come and support the Mat-Su Health Foundation. I apologize that I'm out of town and can't be there in person. I oversee all of our programming and philanthropy at the Mat-Su Health Foundation, and I previously served as the Executive Director of the Children's Hospital and Women's Services for Providence. So we agree the concerns that healthcare costs are going up and they're problematic. Our hospital is a rational actor in the business and policy environment Alaska and America have established. If the Health Foundation alone had the power to reduce hospital prices or healthcare costs, we would. With our inability to single-handedly change that, we have done what is within our control, which is done a fair amount on the front of preventative work. We have used the power we do have on the hospital board and our voice in the state to advocate for changes that reduce cost, increase access to care, and improve the quality of care. And the Mat-Su Health Foundation was a founding member and funder of the Alaska Healthcare Transformation Project and its work, which really strove to decrease the per capita cost of healthcare in Alaska and to deliver more value. So this group convened legislators, executive branch officials to showcase other states' policies that help them deliver lower cost care and improved health outcomes. It authored numerous reports, many funded in part by the Health Foundation, highlighting Alaska's data, policies, and suggested remedies. And we were the first to champion the all-payer claims database, which Governor Dunleavy introduced in a bill that this Assembly and our school board supported, and we really applauded. We've worked closely with members of our local delegation like Senator Wilson and Senator Hughes to help pass legislation that improves healthcare access to upstream interventions that prevent downstream hospitalizations. An amazing program was launched by the Mat-Su Health Foundation, funded by the High Utilizer Mat-Su or HUMS program that is saving approximately over $2 million a year in ER visits by patients with complex needs. So that means that they're not going into the hospital, and our goal is to keep people out of the hospital as much as possible and keep them healthy. Just last week, our CEO, Elizabeth Ripley, signed a contract for further research to see if we could find a way to offer a subsidized health plan to local nonprofits and small businesses. So this is a game changer in our community, and we're really excited about this. We need to work together on the policy front, and we're excited to address healthcare costs collaboratively with the Mat-Su Borough Assembly and Mayor. So we ask that you join our efforts in helping change Alaska's somewhat weak policy on this. That's where we can make the changes that will actually reduce patient costs and healthcare portion for the family budget. And this would be a huge win for Mat-Su residents. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Is that it, Kayla? We have one more. Okay, the next person online, please.
How do they unmute themselves on their phone? Just tell them their phone's muted. Whoever's on the phone and supposed to be speaking, you are muted on your own end. You're going to have to unmute your phone.
Hello, this is Dr. Barb Doty. I appreciate your role there as a family on the Assembly, having sat as an Assembly member for 4 years. Thank you for the opportunity for personal testimony. I'm a physician who has served the Mat-Su Valley for the last 35 years, and I'm now sitting on the Mat-Su Health Foundation and Mat-Su Regional Medical Center Board. I chair the Foundation's Programs Committee and serve on the Governance and the Master Plan Committees. I choose to do this as a volunteer and have wanted to do this for 15 years because I see the work that the Mat-Su Health Foundation has been doing to better the wellness of our community. The Mat-Su Regional Medical Center and the Mat-Su Health Foundation are co-owners of the hospital. They're both private entities, and the funds from the hospital do fund a remarkable number of services. It is the largest private employer in the Mat-Su. I've been a member of the Mat-Su Health Foundation and previously Valley Hospital since its inception. I arrived in Alaska in 1986.
The Health Foundation, with its 35% ownership of the hospital, has a minority ownership, but has done an incredible impact to the wellness of the community, as you've heard in previous testimony. This is a remarkable partnership that is unprecedented in most places across the country and not present in any other hospital structure in the state of Alaska. It allows the money that is profited from the hospital to be put back immediately into the community to improve the health and well-being of the community, including capital investments in the hospital itself, recruiting 12 to 14 new physicians every year of different specialties, expanding medical surgical beds, and adding things like inpatient dialysis, hyperbaric services, and wound care. We've now opened a second cardiac catheterization lab by the end of this year, and we have plans to create a sliding scale family medicine training program to allow us to train physicians locally at the end of their training to provide primary care services to the community. Most hospitals take their profits that they make in Alaska that are undoubtedly higher than they should be because of current policy in Alaska and to send those dollars out of state. In our case, those dollars are spent here in the Matt Valley, as you've heard by numerous testimonies. Our foundation invests more dollars in our community than it would be paying if it were paid taxes. I recommend that you consider a no vote on Resolution 24064, and I greatly appreciate your time and attention to this matter as a long-time commitment to serving the Mat-Su community. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. We have one more person online, please.
Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly, my name is Hillary Stark. I serve on the Mat-Su Health Foundation Board of Directors. I was born and raised in the Mat-Su, and my family has deep roots here. I graduated from Wasilla High School, and I'm raising my family here. I've spent over a decade working in corrections and have seen firsthand the funding we as a state spend downstream to provide secure confinement, reformative programs, and a process of supervised community reintegration to enhance the safety of our community. Research shows that upstream intervention reduces downstream impact, and upstream intervention is what the Mat-Su Health Foundation invests time, effort, and funds in. Last year, we as a board heard specific members voice concerns about our board composition and some of our work, which are topics in Resolution 24-064. In an effort to share transparency, the Foundation held listening sessions at which we gave insight to how the Foundation works and is governed. Additionally, we learned from the community about their priorities for where we should direct our efforts. These listening sessions provided meaningful dialogues throughout the Mat-Su, and we plan to hold them again this year. We are committed to continually improving our ability to listen and learn from our community members. The Foundation works and grants are informed by what our community members voice they need to improve their health and wellness. From what we've heard in the listening sessions reinforces that the path we're taking is the right one. Some upstream priorities we know the community need are basic things like food, transportation, affordable housing, behavioral health support, addiction care, and health care. From being able to get an appointment, to finding a healthcare provider, to being able to pay for care, which we all know is expensive no matter where you live in Alaska or across the nation. Community input and data drive our decision-making, and that's why we've been successful in coming alongside the community to create health and wellness. According to the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation County Health Rankings, over the last 15 years, the Mat-Su population continues to become healthier, which is our goal and a testament to our efforts. Our goal is measurable health and wellness. We hope you'll come alongside us, not against us. Please do not pass Resolution 24064, and let this be the beginning of a healthy dialogue where we can work together to make the Mat-Su great for all who call it home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Terry Namfit. I'm a certified public accountant that has worked as a CFO for local nonprofits, and I owned a very successful accounting practice in the Valley for many years. I am the longest serving board member on both the Mat-Su Regional Medical Center and Mat-Su Health Foundation boards. I've been the chair of the Mat-Su Regional Hospital Board for almost 7 years. I am a volunteer receiving no compensation for all the time I've spent on these boards. The Old Valley Hospital had less than a 50% market share and was becoming irrelevant to the community. To ensure access to local hospital in the fast-growing Mat-Su of the 1990s, we took a risk to reinvent ourselves through a unique arrangement with a private for-profit corporation. We brought in capital, compassionate quality care, expanded services, and operating expertise to the Mat-Su Regional Hospital, making it a viable, competitive, successful resource for our community. Our transformation raised the bar across South Central Alaska for the quality of health care. Competitors in Anchorage have had to improve their quality and services as a result. Mat-Su Regional is currently one of only 3 hospitals in Alaska that have achieved an A grade on Leapfrog, a national organization that collects, analyzes, and publishes safety and quality data on hospitals throughout the country. The other 2 in Alaska are Alaska Regional and J-Bear. Mat-Su Regional is the borough's largest private employer. We have one of the lowest staff and nurse turnover rates of any hospital in Alaska. We have the lowest use of contract labor, which is mostly traveling nurses from the lower 48. The hospital is incredibly efficient with your health care dollars, which allows us to reinvest in our training, hiring locally, expansions of services, and reinvesting to add services and buildings and meet the growing needs of our community. And this helps us stay competitive and meets growing needs. Okay. Through this joint venture partnership, over a third of the profit of Mat-Su Regional stays here in the Valley, where it is reinvested locally, as you've heard tonight, through grants, scholarships, sponsorships, research, leveraging other dollars, and helps with employment. Overall, I would encourage you to vote no on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your line is muted. Your line is unmuted.
That's okay. All right. And then I'll come back. Anyone that hasn't spoken that would like to address the assembly this evening, you're welcome to. Okay, I don't see anyone else, so we'll go ahead and close audience participation. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda, and we did pull one item, but does the assembly have any other items they want to pull from the consent agenda? Okay, I don't see anything else. Madam Clerk?
AM 24059, authorization to renew the Tyler Technologies in the amount of $569,058, the enterprise permitting and licensing software for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. AM 2460, to vacate a portion of the right-of-way of North Nordic Lane located north of North Nancy Lake Parkway, east of Suncrest Lake, south of Rainbow Lake, southeast of North Rainbow Shore Drive, lying within Section 36, Township 19 North, Range 5 West, Sewer and Meridian. AM 24061, approval of utility relocation costs to the Matanuska Telecom Association in the amount of $141,806.53 for the South Goose Bay Drive, South Tradewind Circle, West Snug Harbor Avenue, South Burge Cove Circle, and South Cook Inlet Circle Improvement Project. AM 24062, approval of change order number 4 to Mass Excavation for the Valley View Drive, Spinnaker Drive, Admiralty Circle, and Neptune Circle road improvements under contract number 23092B for a time extension until August 15, 2024 for the substantial completion date with the final completion date of September 30th, 2024. AM 24063, approving a waiver under MSB 2.71090 for former employee Jeremy Bloomstrom to provide contract services for the Borough Information Technology Department. AM 24064, authorization to renew the borough's enterprise financial management software in the amount of $283,674 for a New World ERP with Tyler Technologies for the period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, then the consent agenda has been approved. Madam Clerk.
Resolution 24064, a resolution encouraging the Mat-Su Health Foundation to return to its former policy of allowing members to vote in the election of board members and encouraging the Mat-Su Health Foundation to advocate for lower pricing to benefit the residents of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough who require hospital services. It was pulled by Assemblymember Nowers.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pulled this for a couple reasons.
You need
and
to
I
move,
wanna,
Stephanie, you need to move it, please, first.
I'd like to move RS
Yeah, go ahead.
24-064. I'd like to speak to why I pulled it.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. I'm sorry to not be there in person for those folks who testified. First of all, down in Seattle, helping my daughter move out of her dorms. And I'm sorry that folks have had to come tonight, although I've really appreciated hearing all the ways that Mat-Su Health Foundation has affected this community. I do apologize for the way in which this has come about, which I feel personally has been in a way that has implied there is some sort of malfeasance and maloperation of the foundation. So first, I just want to say I agree with folks who have written to us and spoken tonight about the many amazing ways the Mat-Su Health Foundation has helped the community. Like to thank the board that's been there. And I'm glad personally to have had, live in a community where the citizens 20 years ago had the foresight to create this foundation. So when the hospital was sold, money from the hospital would stay in this community. And I want to just, and this is relevant to why I pulled this, so I want to emphasize how important that is to the community. And the first thing you have to understand is a hospital in Mat-Su isn't expensive because of Mat-Su Health Foundation or anything they're doing, even though they've been working very hard to lower costs. If that were the case, Anchorage would be so much cheaper, and we know that's not the case. Instead, we know that nationwide and statewide healthcare costs are extremely high, and I can guarantee you when you go to have a service in Anchorage, you're going to pay the same price. The difference is because we set up a Mat-Su Health Foundation, or people who lived here before who had foresight, that money comes back to the community, and that isn't happening in Anchorage. So they're paying the same prices there, but that money's not coming back to the community. And then just secondly, as far as the board members, I would challenge anyone to look at that board and discount the expertise on it. I think we've heard about that. I think what I won't do, as far as how that's selected, what I won't do as an assembly member is support telling members of Mat-Su Health Foundation or any other nonprofit or company how to pick their directors. That's up to the members. I looked at the bylaws. They can absolutely change the way they select their board. So it may be the case that some members want to change. That decision is up to the members, not the government. So I absolutely will not be supporting this. It is way over our role as government, as the assembly, to tell a membership organization and those members how to run their operation. I do appreciate bringing healthcare costs into the picture. I know that's something that I have worked on since I joined the assembly. One of the first pieces of legislation I sponsored was on the all-payer claims database, which is something that if we implemented in the state would allow us to do comparison shopping between hospitals and bring the free market back and transparency. So I hope we can vote this one down tonight, and I absolutely think let's partner with our folks in the Valley and let's partner together to try to work on the state and national level to fix what is a very broken healthcare system. So thanks. I hope you guys will support me in voting this down tonight.
Okay, further discussion?
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. This is Assembly Member Young. I'm going to speak briefly on
on what this resolution is not. So this resolution never has been and is not disparaging or speaking negatively about any of the money that they have put back into the community. In fact, I would say most of the money, if not all of it, that's went back into the community has been done so with absolute grace and has really helped. So I just wanted to, it's $106 million. When you hand out $106 million, you're bound to make some people happy, and you'll get a few people that call in and speak on behalf of your organization. But they've collected $330 million in the last 15 years and only dispersed $106 million. And I do love that everybody tonight, or many of the people who spoke, talked about wanting to lower the health care costs. So that's what this resolution was about, was asking to do just that. It's very simple. You just give a credit. If you really truly want to lower the cost of health care, you stop keeping the 35% of the profit and putting it in the bank account, which the balance sheet is over $250 million now as of 2022. Over $200 million of that is liquidatable or in long-term investments, so cash or long-term investments, which means liquidatable. All of this was just stuff I got on their website. So it would be a simple fix. I mean, I do believe that the community would be a lot better off if the community got to help choose the board members like it used to be. They changed that. But back to, I want to touch on a few things people brought up tonight. One is that, people like to see evidence-based research, and then the other is we had a previous assembly member speak to the healthcare costs in Anchorage are just as much, when actually that is not the case. So I can let Manager Brown give an update on the information brought forth to me recently. I apologize I didn't pre-file the amendments that I'm about to run, but this information was delivered to me late in the day today. I asked if the borough employees would compare costs for our local hospital compared to one in Anchorage, and just pull however many codes they felt like or whatever, and take a look at it and see what the difference was. And so the management team was able to get back to me today, and I'm going to pull this up real quick. Let's see here. So they compared 11 different costs of different operations, procedures, whatever it may be. I honestly have no idea what they are. The borough staff did this work, and they ranged the price difference compared to Mat-Su Regional and Alaska Regional was anywhere from 1.2 times more all the way up to 9.6 times more what they charge the Mat-Su Borough for our employees to use their services. I'll say that again, anywhere from 1.2 times more, so that means 20% more, all the way up to 9.6 times more, which is 860% costs more, right, than paying 100% locally. So it's not true. It's not at all true when you say that it's just as cheap to use the Valley Hospital. I believe it would be if they weren't taking 35% of the profits, diverting them into a nonprofit, and then using the money how they see fit. And again, I'm not disparaging how they use the money at all. I wish they would use the money to lower the costs. So I'm going to offer an amendment based on this information that was brought to me today by the borough staff. So, Lonnie, would you like me to read my amendment into the record now?
Sure, Assemblymember Yant.
Whereas borough staff have reviewed 11 costs comparing local hospital costs, and it has been found that Mat-Su Regional is more expensive and the borough paid more at Mat-Su Regional, and whereas of the 11 samples, the amount paid to Mat-Su Regional ranged from 1.2 times more to 9.6 times the amount paid to Alaska Regional. And whereas the manager is being directed to create a program incentivizing use of Alaska Regional for all Mat-Su Borough employees and encouraging the school district to do the same for their employees. And I don't think I need to speak to that. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. If we all really want to help bring down the cost of health care for the borough and for our members that we represent, the employees at the Mat-Su Borough, then I think this amendment is a no-brainer. So.
Further discussion on the amendment? Does anybody want the, Assemblyperson McKee, do you want the amendment read again?
I do, because I got through all of it until that very last part. I got the whereases, but I didn't get the last
Okay.
part.
So I think Madam Clerk has it, so she'll read it to you.
I think you read it just how I have it, correct, Assemblymember Yunt?
Yes, ma'am.
Whereas Borough staff have reviewed 11 costs comparing local hospital costs, and it has been found that Mat-Su Regional is more expensive and the borough paid more at Mat-Su Regional. And whereas of the 11 samples, the amount paid to Mat-Su Regional ranged from 1.2 to 9.6 times the amount paid to Alaska Regional. And whereas the manager is being directed to create a program incentivizing use of Alaska Regional and encouraging the school district to do the same.
Okay, so discussion on the amendment.
So there's no thing that follows, so the whereas in this, the amendment is just to put that information in there? Okay, thanks.
Okay, I don't see any discussion, so.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So, first of all, I don't have, just on a process note, I don't have any of this information in front of me. And then, just on a, common sense test, if it really was just like, hey, the problem with healthcare is just Mat-Su, like, that would be such an easy way to solve the healthcare problem. Like, we should all just go to Anchorage. But that's not the case. It's not just Mat-Su that has a problem with healthcare. So it's a very, in my opinion, disingenuous argument when you're sitting in a country that the Wall Street Journal just had an article the other day about the cost of healthcare in the U.S. is $15,000 per capita. The next closest developed country, which was Germany or Sweden, is $7,500 per capita. So to claim that that the problem is just one entity in the valley that's driving up prices, if it were as simple as that, I would love it. But I can't support amendment picked on something I haven't even seen the information for, and that doesn't jive with what the experience is of most people in my own experience in using healthcare in the valley. Like, I would absolutely just be going to those other hospitals if that was cheap. So I can't support this for those reasons.
Madam
Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a serious issue with directing the manager to encourage our employees to go to Anchorage for their health care when none of that money will come back to our community. So, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Further discussion on the amendment? Yes,
Yeah.
Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's ironic we were talking about health insurance earlier this evening. I guess I'm concerned if we start directing the borough employees to go to Anchorage, how that could affect our health insurance coverage. It may, me preferred provider, all that stuff, I don't know, but it may have a negative impact on our employee health plans. Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Yunt, do you have comments, sir?
I do, yeah. So the state of Alaska is the most expensive state in the country, the most expensive state in the country. And the state already has incentive programs like this to encourage employees to use out-of-state services, because even with airfare and hotels, they're still substantially cheaper. The Mat-Su Borough already has a program in place as well with the organization on Seward Meridian there, where they don't charge us, they don't charge the employees, they just bill us directly. We got a lot of great programs out there like this, and they're intended simply just to bring down the cost. That's all this is. So it would not negatively affect anybody's stuff. I'm just directing the staff to look into ways to do that. I'm not telling them how to do it specifically. I'm simply just asking that the staff look into, which they're already working on, by the way, whether this passes or not, but look at ways to bring down costs when comparing cost to Anchorage, which they've already done on 11 codes. And those are substantially different prices. When you're talking anywhere from 20% more to 860% more, yeah, I think it would. I think it would be good for our employees to be incentivized to go in there, whether that means paying mileage, the federal rate of mileage for them to drive in and back, or whatever that may be. I have no idea. That'll be for the staff to determine. I'm going to let Manager Brown speak to the research and the work they're already doing and how they came to this and the information that I was given today. So.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment?
Madam Mayor.
Oh, just a minute. Assemblyperson Pawnoff wants to speak, and he hasn't spoken.
I just want to summarize what this amendment do. I did not completely understand, even though it was read in the plain form. Can you explain what this amendment adds to the resolution, please? If I could have maybe Lonnie explain it, or maybe Manager Brown, or please.
Explaining what he means, not me explaining his motion.
Okay. Okay, the clerk would like the maker of the motion to explain. Okay, Assemblyperson Yacht.
Yeah, all this does is it would encourage the staff to start looking into ways to save money on health care for our employees. Obviously, many of them already use Anchorage because that's how we were able to compare these cost differences. Right? We took information that we already had readily available to us, and it ranged from anywhere from 20% savings in there all the way up to 860% savings. I'm just asking based on that, and that was 11-0. Not one thing that they looked at, not one, was more affordable at the Mat-Su hospital. So what I'm asking with this is all I'm asking for with this amendment is for borough staff to continue to look in that direction and look at potentially creating an incentivized program if it looks like it's going to save us money. We have great leadership at the borough. They're not going to create a program that's going to cost us money. They're going to create a program and incentivize our employees to use other hospitals only if it makes sense. So the idea that this amendment, which could save us a lot of money, which we were all discussing healthcare earlier, wouldn't pass 7-0, is just based purely on people trying to please somebody else. Right? So I mean, this is common sense. So that's all it is.
Go ahead.
So from what I'm understanding, you just want, whether it's manager or the staff, to just explore options for potentially additional options. He's not making changes. He's not. It's just kind of like a shopping around. And then he gives us his staff will give us a report. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, and Manager Brown, we're on the same, did I understand that correctly? And do you have common sense that you'd be able to fill in, please?
Yeah, so through the mayor, to be clear, with our existing health plan, we already have provisions in the plan for employees to travel out of state for procedures. And we encourage that because there's a significant cost savings to doing so. We also already encourage employees to go to Alaska Regional because the negotiated discount with them and the billed rates, generally speaking, are lower than Mat-Su Regional. What Mr. Yunt's suggesting is that we look at we don't currently incentivize that, we just communicate it. An incentive might be paying an employee mileage to drive to Anchorage to use Alaska Regional over Mat-Su Regional. That would be an example. But I don't want you to think that we don't already look at cost containment strategies and the use of other facilities that benefit the plan. We have been doing that for years. It's not an uncommon practice for folks to travel out of state or travel to Anchorage for medical services because it's cheaper, generally speaking.
Okay, I think that explains it pretty well. And from what I learned earlier today, that we have funds, I think Lonnie was explaining, like a self-fund large account for the health benefits. Is that correct? So if we pay less for the same service provided, technically the borough saves the money. That's ultimately the result. Is that what I'm understanding, correct?
Through the mayor, so for context, the borough is a self-insured plan. So we have access to a ton of information about what we actually pay. That is not true of every employer. We leverage that data with our healthcare committee to look at better ways to save money for the plan. Because the plan saves the borough and taxpayers money, and it saves employees money because they contribute into that pool. And so, yes, we leverage the data that we have to make better decisions about our buying power and how to keep cost at bay.
Well, if this potentially saves the borough money and provides just as good or a better service, I don't see anything wrong with that. With that, I think I will support this the amendment.
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The problem just on healthcare, the problem with healthcare is the lack of transparency in pricing, and you will find radically different prices. I mean, I don't know that if you looked at 11 other procedures that you would not potentially find a different set of numbers. And I think that our borough manager and our staff are always looking for ways to reduce the healthcare costs. We haven't been very successful, but nobody else has been very successful. I don't see that as a criticism. The idea that you're going to specifically direct them to look at another hospital as opposed to, looking at flying out of state. I mean, I think we're already there in terms of encouraging people to find the cheapest option, but we also don't dictate that people don't go to Matthew Regional or don't go to Anchorage if they want. We want them to have the choices they want. And so, I don't even see the necessity for this when it's something that the borough already looks at. And again, it's not, the solution lies in bringing a free market to healthcare, because it's not like any other thing you buy, and there's no transparency, and as a consumer you can't even compare costs. So I think we're just barking down the wrong tree, and let's keep trying to save costs where we can and work on the national and statewide picture to try to find solutions and transparency in this industry.
Assemblyperson McKee.
Along with what Stephanie's saying there, however, is that competition is the driver of prices. And if they see a migration, those folks are keeping track, I'm sure. If they see beginning migration into Anchorage, well, gee, why is that happening? Maybe it's because our prices are too high. Oh, I know, let's lower our prices. That seems like a no-brainer to me. I think it's obvious that you should encourage your people to go where it's cheaper, because that benefits them and the borough and the taxpayer and so forth. So I think it's a great idea.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment?
May I?
Yes, go ahead.
May I? It's just a brief comment and then a quick question for Manager Brown. So my quick comment is just, it echoes what Ms. McKee said. This is just encouraging good competition, right? The idea that the borough staff can pull 11 different things, and they 100% across the board are way more affordable in Anchorage, and then you think you're going to pull the next 11 and it's going to go the other way. That's a statistical impossibility. That's not how statistics work. So these were randomly pulled by the borough staff. My question for Manager Brown is this. When we direct you to look at creating something, because right now there is no incentivization program, right? It's just spoken, or like you said earlier, it's communicated. It's communicated to our staff that, hey, it's substantially cheaper to go to Anchorage or out of state, so we encourage it. But communicating it and creating a program is two different things. By us asking the staff to do this means put in a little bit of homework, create a program and look at it, and then be able to hand this to our employees so that they have the right tools to make the right decision. That's all this is. It's more than just speaking it. It's actually giving them something on paper to look at. So my question, and I already know the answer to this, but I'm going to let Mike answer it, is would you create an incentivization program around costs that were more expensive in Anchorage or out of state? Would you encourage and incentivize our employees to go to it. I don't think you would. I think you would only do it if it made sense and it protected our taxpayers.
Okay. You feel like you should address that? Or,
I didn't catch the end. He broke up.
okay. Well, let me just see if we're ready to vote on it. Is there further discussion? Is there any objection
I do have one.
Okay, is there any objection to the amendment?
I have a question for the manager on the amendment before we vote.
Okay, go ahead.
Just to clarify, people are already incentivized to, I mean, they can choose the cheaper option, like they benefit from that already without us offering mileage or other incentives. Is that correct?
Through the mayor to Ms. Nowers, the plan benefits, which means employees benefit indirectly. An incentive would be a direct benefit.
Okay, thank you.
Is there objection to the amendment? Okay, I don't hear any objection, so the amendment passes. Now we have before us RS 24-064 as amended.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I was muted. I absolutely object to that amendment.
She is now objecting to the amendment. Can we do that since we've already?
I'm going to have to leave that up to you, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think I've already ruled that the amendment has passed, so I think I need to just stand there unless the attorney would say something different. But that's been entered into the record.
I would defer to the mayor and the clerk as the parliamentarian. I think it's a question of how the voting and so forth should be conducted. I don't think it's a legal issue.
Okay, all right.
So, Madam Mayor, I just would like to have my vote on the record, and I didn't get a chance to issue that.
I know, but I asked 2 or 3 times if there was objection, and I didn't hear any objection. So I went ahead and ruled. So I have ruled. Okay, so now you have before you RS 24-064 as amended. Discussion on the resolution.
May I, please?
Yes, sure.
I would like to offer one more friendly amendment. And again, I apologize. I'm usually really good about pre-filing amendments. Information was brought to us later today, and so anyhow, I would like to offer an amendment. I'm not going to read it yet. I'm just going to speak to it a little bit based on how we got to this point, right? No other industry that I'm aware of is protected by a program or a process that creates a monopoly. In every industry that I'm aware of in the last, I've never seen a monopoly. When we start understanding the certificate of need progress or process in regards to healthcare, and in the state of Alaska, which is one of only a few states left in the country that has a certificate of need process, it's created a monopoly in the healthcare industry. So I would like to read this into the record. An amendment. Whereas the government is supposed to prevent the creation of monopolies from being created, but in this case, in the case of Alaska, due to the Certificate of Need program, it has in fact created a monopoly protecting the healthcare industry. Therefore, be it resolved, the Mat-Su Borough Assembly is asking the legislature to address and change the Certificate of Need process so the Alaska healthcare system as a whole can become a true free market system. And again, I'll speak to it a little bit. That's all I'm asking for here. It's just some competition. That's it. There's no competition in this sector. That's not the Mat-Su Health Foundation's fault. I'll give them credit. That is not their fault, right? This amendment would be us asking the legislature to take this up. We're one of only a few states left with this process, and it is not helping Alaskans whatsoever. Now, farther down the line, I feel like the Mat-Su Health Foundation could help borough residents out substantially by reducing the costs of health care with that 35%, but, you know, I don't think they're going to do it until they let residents and members elect their board. But, you know, that's for them to figure out. To me, that's not a good message that they're sending when they don't trust the community to elect their board members. But all this amendment is doing is putting it on record that the Mat-Su Borough Assembly would like the legislature to fix this broken system. That's all this is. So if I need to read it again into the record, I can. And that's only if anybody needs me to. Hopefully everybody got that. Thank you.
Okay. So now we have secondary amendment. Primary amendment. Okay. Discussion. Does anybody need to have it read again?
I can read it.
Okay.
I have a question for the
Oh, go ahead. Assemblyperson Hours, go ahead.
Yeah. Formally, we've gone from Mat-Su regional specific resolution to one that now creates a new incentive or looks at incentive program to we want a certificate of need abandoned in the state. So a question for the clerk is, at this point, we've advertised a resolution speaking to the Mat-Su Health Foundation. Are we beyond the scope of the title and allowing the public to comment on something that now says we urge the legislature to remove the certificate of need program?
I'm not sure you're going to like my answer, Assemblymember Nowers. I would definitely recommend that the title get changed. There's certain things that the OMA requires that we advertise, and resolutions are not one of them. We do, because it's a public service, but we don't have to advertise resolutions.
Okay, in that case, I don't know where I would land on the certificate of need issue, and I don't feel like we've even had a chance to discuss it or allow the public to give us input on it, so I won't be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, would you move to extend our adjournment time, please?
I move to extend the meeting until 10:30.
Okay. Is there objection to extending the meeting until 10:30? I'm going to give extra time for anybody to object. Okay, I hear no objection. Okay, so we are now till 10:30. So is there objection to the latest amendment? Assemblyperson
Yes.
McKee.
I don't see the need for it right now. I think maybe that could go in somewhere else, but I think, I just don't see it enhancing what we're trying to do here, which is deal with the Mat-Su Health Foundation and its relationship to, the prices and all that sort of thing. I don't think that it needs to be incorporated as part of our main motion. So I just, it's great, but I think it's superfluous. I guess that's the best thing. It might be superfluous here.
Okay, so you're objecting to that?
Yeah.
Okay, alrighty, so I guess, is there any further discussion? We're ready to vote? Okay, Madam Clerk?
May I?
Every time we give.
I think it's in regard to the amendment. I think it absolutely has everything to do with it. This resolution is only asking for two things: allow the community to vote on the board of members and find ways to lower costs. The certificate of need process has created a monopoly. So yes, this has everything to do with it respectfully, and that's why I'm asking to put this amendment in there. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments before we go ahead and vote? Assemblyperson McKee.
I will only say it's not going to hurt it. I mean, it wouldn't be enough of a deal for me to vote against it. I just don't think it's necessary. But if Member Yunt thinks that it would enhance the chances, I'm okay with that.
Okay, alrighty, and we do have an objection, so Madam Clerk, if you'll call the roll for the vote.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the amendment. Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Assemblymember Nowers.
No.
Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Hale and Nowers opposed. And then if I could, Madam
Sure.
Mayor, get Assemblymember Yunt to move an amendment to change the title. You can just direct me to put this reference of the whereas clause into the title.
I would like to direct the clerk to please put that whereas clause in the title and amend it. Thank you.
Okay, discussion on, was that a motion? I guess it is. So, discussion on the motion for the clerk to incorporate the whereas into the title. Any objection? Any objection? Okay, I haven't heard any, so that motion passes. Okay. So, we are back to RS 24-064 with 3 amendments. Yes, Assemblyperson Faunoff.
I guess because we don't have a staff report when it comes to Matsu Health Foundation, I guess I will ask the sponsor quickly, if I may. If I guess some of these organizations that came and spoke today and the ones that are receiving, if this resolution as far as members, the restructuring of the who votes to elect the people to the board, that does not mean that these organizations automatically are now eliminated and not getting the funds, or how would that work? I guess if you could briefly elaborate on that.
Yeah, no, not at all would it ever eliminate anything, nor would I even want it to. I mean that absolutely from the bottom of my heart. Could you imagine if the Matsu Borough Assembly got to just choose our own assembly members from within? Every year, just a majority of us got to pick the next person coming in for seat, 1, 2, 4, 5, whatever it may be. I don't think the community would benefit from that. I don't think it's a coincidence that because we're inside of this structure currently with our local hospital and nonprofit side of it, that all 11 of those costs were 20% to 860% higher. That's not a coincidence. Okay? In 2022, this is all information right off their website, by the way. Every single thing that I typed into that resolution was right off the website or out of the bylaws. Okay? In 2022 alone, just the 35% was $45 million, $123,000 per day, 365 days a year. If you really want to help lower the cost of healthcare, their site, you could start with $123,000 a day. And I believe in my heart that if local residents and members were allowed to elect the board, that's what would happen. I'm not saying they still wouldn't use some money for great things in the community, and I've never said that the money they're using now isn't going to great things in the community. I'm just telling you, it's not, to me, I don't think it's a good idea in a tiny little community with barely over 100,000 people, when you can look at the balance sheet on their own website from 2022 and see over $200 million in cash and long-term investments. That's not even counting real estate. It's not a good look, man. It's not. Inflation's out of control, and it's not bigger anywhere than it is in healthcare, right? We know we go through contract negotiations every 3 years. We look at cost of insurance every year. All of us are acutely aware of it. Everybody spoke to earlier in our meeting earlier today how they want to help bring down the cost of healthcare, but yet here we are with 2 assembly members that don't really actually want to do that. I don't know, man. I'm sorry that this has turned into such a controversial thing. I'm asking for 2 things and 2 things only. Bring down the cost of health care. You can do that starting with $123,000 a day. And allow the community to elect the board of directors. If you did that, I feel like you'd find an equilibrium that matched that of the community. And I will say I think they would lower the cost of health care. So that's all I'm asking for, and that's all this does. By no means would it tear the organization apart or anything like that. If that's your concern, it would simply just allow the community to have a say in it. That's all it would do. Thank you.
Okay, if I may follow up.
Yes, go ahead, follow up.
Madam Mayor, maybe you can answer this. So originally, when it was the Valley Hospital and it then transitioned, at that time when the Matsu Health Foundation was established, did the members were able to vote who sits on the board?
Yes.
Is that my understanding correct? And when,
Yes.
do you know, how many years ago did that change so that the members don't get to vote and then the board gets to decide? Do you know how many years that was?
Maybe Deputy Mayor Yount, I think that was in his research. It's just been, I would say, within the last 10 years that it's been changed, and it was changed by the by the board of directors. I won't say the present board of directors because they probably have changed, but the board of directors made that change, and I don't believe it went to the membership.
Okay, so the members used to elect, and then it changed
Yes.
by the board, but if, so members didn't decide to give that right to the board, so if it was like, we assembly decided, from now on, we're changing a rule so the public doesn't get, almost I'm reflecting. So,
Right.
so that was without members' input, so right now, we're just looking at their website, you can do a $5 membership, which is fairly reasonable, or $75 for a lifetime, but you actually don't get to vote on who the members are, correct? So it seems fairly reasonable, because then I guess people who are members, who are paying for this, will get to decide. I just don't see how that would be anything unreasonable to ask, and it's a resolution, it's just almost our position on it. So I thank you for bringing that forward, and with that, I will support this resolution.
Okay. Assembly Person Hours, go ahead.
Madam Mayor,
Assemblymember Nowers and then
Yeah. Assembly
just
Person Hours,
say,
go ahead.
Okay, I think, as far as, I'm not speaking for the Health Foundation, but I think that decision was made more years ago than 10, and I think the membership did vote on it, but I mean, again, if we're making decisions on that information, we don't actually know what it is. At the end of the day, this resolution doesn't mean anything, because the changes are up to the Matsu Health Foundation's membership. And if you look at their bylaws allow members to call a special meeting or to get the board to put an item on the agenda, and they can change the articles of incorporation. So it's a false narrative that the membership doesn't have the ability to change how Matthew Health Foundation is run. They can do it. So again, I like to go on actual facts and evidence. All of a sudden we have 11 charges out of thousands that are at the hospitals, and we think the solution is somehow sending people to Anchorage. Again, I wish that was that easy. I don't like the false narrative that the solution to our healthcare problem is just to change the leadership at Matsu Health Foundation, because that's just clearly on its face not what is causing healthcare costs to go up across the country and across the state. And lastly, I just absolutely never, ever, as somebody who represents folks in a conservative area, are going to support something where the government is telling its organization how to run its operation, when that decision is absolutely up to the members. So again, resolution isn't going to do anything, because that decision is up to the membership, but it says something about how the people who sit on the assembly believe where government should be poking its nose and where it shouldn't.
Assemblyperson Hale? he still on? Assemblyperson Hale?
Oh yeah, sorry, I hit mute again after you called on me. Sorry. I just want to say that we've spent a whole bunch of our time and a whole bunch of everybody else's time debating something that is ultimately unenforceable because Matsu Health Foundation is a private entity, and we cannot and should not be dictating policy to private entities. And I would like to call the question.
Okay. So the question has been called, which requires 5 votes in the affirmative, and that would stop debate. So we're ready to do that?
Is there any objection?
Is there any objection to calling the question? No? Okay, all right.
We are on the main motion, and I do believe there was objection, Madam Mayor, to the main motion. If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote, or go ahead and vote on the main motion.
For the adoption of the resolution as we have amended it. Yep.
Assemblymember Nowers.
No.
Assemblymember Yunt.
Yes.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Oh my goodness. There we go. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Nowers and Hale opposed.
Okay. So the next item on our agenda is there is no unfinished business, there is no vetoes. And Madam Clerk, for introductions for new business.
Introductions for public hearing on June 18th. Ordinance 24031, Ordinance 24058 with accompanying resolution 24059. Ordinance 2460 with accompanying resolution 24057. Ordinance 24061 with accompanying resolution 2460. Ordinance 24062 with accompanying resolution 24061. And Ordinance 24064 with accompanying resolution 24063.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for June 18th, 2024.
Is there any discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing none, the legislation has been introduced. We do not have a vacancy report. There is no new business. We do not have referrals. We do not have any reconsiderations, no executive session, so we are to Mayor, Assembly, and staff comments. Mr. Attorney, do you have parting words? Okay. Assemblyperson McKee, parting words.
I got a lot of them, but I think I'll keep them to myself. I think we did well.
Deputy Mayor, parting words.
Well, I'm glad it's June. I remember as a kid, June meant so much to me. Got out of school, baby animals are being born, and you're seeing everything out there. But one thing I just want to remember, June 6th, D-Day, 1944. That is like one of the biggest things. Father's Day, fishing, gardening. But I wanted to thank the Lord. Dear Lord, please forgive us for our shortcomings. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your grace. Please bless our veterans, our first responders, our teachers, our borough residents. Please help the less fortunate, the sick, the broken. Please help the addicted, the lost. May we pray for their souls. May you guide them back to your loving arms. May we pray for our enemies. May we forgive those who trespass against us. We pray for our young, our elderly. Please protect them from the evils of the world. In Jesus' name, amen.
Mr. Manager, parting
I'll be short. Next meeting, we will be talking about unmaintained roads. So if any assembly members have questions in between or want to learn more about that, I would encourage you to reach out to me or to Tom Adams. And the second topic that will likely be under manager's comments, the assembly approved $75,000 for firearms safety training. So the assembly asked that we come back and talk about what we think that might look like before we do anything. So we will do that at the next meeting. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Madam Clerk, parting remarks?
Just wanted to thank the mayor and assembly for my evaluation earlier today. It was appreciated. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Gamble,
No comments, thank you.
Assemblyperson Fauna.
The only one, thank you everyone, but I thought, I was at the community council meeting, and I told them that I think we had a cleanup meeting scheduled for August, and then I looked at it, it's not, and I don't know if there was I misunderstood that there was a strategic meeting and the cleanup meeting, but I would like to ask, because we kind of postponed the follow-up meeting from the original one we had, and some of the community councils were very excited about us getting the coordinator position and some funds allocated to those things, and they really want to be part of that to see how they can partner with us in, and discuss those things. So if possible, I would like to plan something in the near future for us to have the similar kind of meeting that we had before about the distressed properties and that kind of stuff. And to send an invitation also to community councils and other people, kind of how we had it last year. So if I don't know if the manager or whoever, I just welcome that idea. I would like to express that. Thank you.
Yeah. We can't remember whether it was August, September, October, whatever we talked about, so I know you and Lonnie will come back with something. Assemblyperson Hale, parting comments?
No comment, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Nowers, parting comments?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So, yeah, I'm definitely disappointed. I really would love to have more of a conversation on healthcare costs, and I just think we're going down a path with not very good information and sometimes wrong information that is not going to actually lower healthcare costs, and that's just a huge issue for this community, and we should be tackling it in a way I think would be more considered and maybe effective. It's not a problem. And then I just wanted to also say something about Carol Reese. I did not know her well, but she's just one of those folks at the borough that struck me that it's like many that just served the borough. I know even when she was sick, she was returning phone calls, and before she was sick, she was an amazing person just in terms of providing information to the public and answering calls, and I just wanted to express my condolences to her family and express, even in my limited interaction with her, how much she just continued to serve her community and serve the borough even when she was struggling. And so my thoughts are with her family, and I appreciated her service, and I know many others did.
Okay, I think we hit everybody, right? If there's no object. Huh? Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Yon, parting comments. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you to the clerk and her team. Your evaluation went, exactly like you deserved and earned. So great job. Thank you to Mr. Benier. I look forward to being able to take my kids someday out north and stay in our own community for a shooting range, because as Ms. McKee spoke to earlier, the other one in the valley takes too long. So we go to Birchwood, and I would much rather do that in our own community, and I know you guys would have a lot of great locations out there to do that. So good job, Ron. And yeah, as mentioned by one of the other assembly members, I too look forward to more conversations about healthcare costs, and I look forward to seeing what our staff comes up with in regard to an incentivizing program, and as well as the school board. If you take the two communities or the two bodies and add up all their employees together, you're pushing probably close to 3,000 with husbands, wives, and kids, maybe 8,000 to 12,000 people that our taxpayers are paying to insure. And I think when you have a buyer's group that big and you start looking at incentivizing programs, you can save the taxpayers a ton of money when you're looking at 8,000 to 12,000 different people. So I do look forward to seeing the work of the staff as it comes forward the next few months, and then we can all have a say in how we do just that. So thank you very much. Take care.
So without objection, then we will adjourn at 10:11.
You will now